to see all the folks that are interested in these important topics. There's a lot of weighty discussion going on, and it's gratifying always to see a community come and participate. We will look for some help from everyone in the room, both board and the audience, that we can carry out a successful board discussion and take as much feedback as we can this evening. With that, and we'll turn to our agenda, which is probably buried in that back table somewhere, but we'll be following the agenda with some other modifications. And to start us off, I would invite us all to stand and join us. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Welcome, everyone. It's on the board.
Okay. Welcome, everyone. Tonight, we're pleased to welcome Century High School leadership students Sal Garcia, Lauren Weber, Joshua Sheffer, and Wendy Roman, along with their advisor, Julie Casper. These students will fill chairperson roles for the upcoming National Association of Student Councils National Leadership Conference to be hosted by Century High School on June 24th, 25th, and 26th. Students from across the nation will gather at Century High to share ideas for improving their skills and identifying opportunities. Please join me in welcoming this group of Century High School leaders.
Hello, thank you for allowing us to be here tonight. We are so excited to tell you more about the National Conference and what it means for Century, the community, and the state. NAC stands for the National Association of Student Councils, so it's basically a huge group of student leaders and advisors. All 5 of us had the privilege of attending the conference last year in New Mexico, and we saw what it was like to be a part of a national conference. And this year, we're putting together a week full of events and workshops that will help students explore their leadership potential.
By attending last year's conference, we got to see not only what it was like to attend a conference, but also to host one. We came back to Oregon last summer, looking forward to having a conference right here in Hillsboro, Oregon. And we had plenty of ideas for this year. The conference is 3 days full of listening to keynote speakers, meeting new leaders from around the country, and getting inspired to create real change in schools and communities. It's like sending every state's best leader to one school and having them learn from one another. To explain a little bit more about what the NAC conference is, we have a video to show you.
If we can get it to work.
That way? Okay, I mentioned it wrong.
All right. Yay! What's our acronym?
Okay.
One more.
Oh, Lord.
One more.
There we go.
There we go.
Oh,
back.
too far. Is it going to play or do I need to?
Oh, there we go.
Oh, there. Awesome.
1 second, you're in the middle of the city.
And the next, you're on top of a mountain. The National Association of Student Councils Conference will be held in Hillsboro, Oregon in 2016. The people in Oregon are pretty great. They are quirky.
It's full of great people, great food. Everyone is just happy.
I'm most excited about all the different people that are going to be coming to our school and our city from all across the country and from around the world. From the city to the outdoors, you get the best of both worlds.
We're excited to have people come from all over and experience what Oregon truly is.
It's a hub of creativity.
Innovation and energy.
We love dreamers, and we're excited to make leaders.
This is our home.
This is our home.
This is our home.
This is our home.
Take in as much of Oregon as you can. It's an amazing place. Enjoy it.
Just for reference, we did not make that video, but we the conference doesn't officially begin until June 24th, but state delegations will arrive in Oregon as early as the 22nd. Most of the conference will take place around Century's campus, but there's so much to do in Oregon, and we want students to have a chance to experience some of what the state is known for, like Molten Falls, OMSI, University of Oregon, or Seaside, or any of those great places around. These pre-trips are a great way to show off our state, and they allow state delegations to get to know each other and break the ice before the actual conference. We're very excited to have a welcome party for state delegations this year, which will take place in Big Al's and Tigard. Student leaders will be staying with their state delegations in one of these 5 hotels throughout Hillsboro and Portland. Securing these hotels was an essential to get the conference bid, and we're very thankful to have the support of our local community in figuring out all of the logistical parts of the conference.
So while, as Josiah said, like getting these hotels was difficult, I think one of the best parts of what we've been doing so far with the conference is a couple weeks ago we presented to the Transportation District of Hillsboro, and honestly it was that moment we went up there, showed the video, gave the same presentation, and it was the bus drivers who within like 10 minutes all had signed up and had said, I am on board for this conference, I am ready to help, and I was absolutely blown away by the enthusiasm that our community has for this project, because it's been years in the making, and for it to finally be here with us and for us to be able to like nurture it and get it out there for our community, that's absolutely incredible, and I can't even describe what this process has been to you all. But I guess I can try to summarize it a little bit. Recent weeks, we've broken down into committees and have tackled everything from the welcome party that Josiah mentioned, to how we're going to decorate everything, to how we're going to get volunteers, how we're going to keep everyone safe, how we're going to feed everyone. That's definitely, with over 1,000 kids coming, that's going to be a hard part too. And one thing that NASC is known for is the fact that we always, as a community and also at a national level, we try to provide some type of service while participating in this conference. And this year we're partnering with Relay for Life, and we're going to make luminaries. So each student is going to make a luminary, and at this event at Relay for Life down at the Hop Stadiums, there's going to be probably over 1,000 luminaries, and I think that's absolutely amazing. Lauren's going to tell you more about the rest of these details.
All right, so Wendy told you a lot about NASC and what we're planning. As you can see, there's a lot going on in those committees, and if it sounds like you would like to be a part of NASC, which we really hope you do, there are volunteer applications on oasc.org, and the deadline is May 2nd, so that is coming up very soon, but it's an easy application, and we would really love to see more of you involved in the conference. So when it finally gets started on the 24th, one of the main attractions is the keynote speakers. They really set the tone for the conference, and it's what our students remember at the conference and when they go back to their schools. So we have 3 keynote speakers, and the first is Mark Sharonrock. He is very experienced, and our advisor, Ms. Casper, said that he is one of her favorite keynote speakers that she has ever seen. And if you know her, you know she's seen many, many, many motivational speakers in her time. And our second speaker is Keith Hawkins. He is also very experienced. He spoke in schools and in businesses, and even at the United Nations Global Summit on behalf of America's youth. And our third, we don't have a picture of her up here because it was very recent that we heard she would be coming to the conference, but her name is Caitlin Roig DeBellis, and she was a teacher at Sandy Hook Elementary School in 2012 when they had the shooting. She led her students to safety during that event. And after that tragedy, she took her experience and decided to start a nonprofit called Classes for Classes, which is basically about teaching kindness to children and creating positive change just by being nice, and how being nice can create such an impact in your community. So we're very excited to see all of those 3 speakers, and we hope that you will be at the conference as a volunteer. You can listen to them as well.
It's me again. So something that's going to make our conference truly special. As all of you know, it's an election year. So what that means is that at NASC in June, we're going to hold a mock election. By then, the primaries will basically be decided. So we're going to put all candidates up there, and what this is going to mean is that younger students, so like incoming freshmen or like sophomores who wouldn't previously get to vote, now do get that opportunity. And this whole process that NASC is helping us endeavor on is just going to embody the civic duty that all of us have, because at a national conference for leaders, you're looking at your future congressmen, you're looking at all your future politicians, you're literally looking at the next generation of people who are going to help run this country. And by holding this election, we're kind of giving them that first taste of what that's going to look like. Obviously, I feel like we never say this enough, but thank you so much to our advisor, Julie Casper, who really, we want to take some credit, but it was all her. All her. And if you guys have any questions, we are here to answer them. And once again, this is an open invitation to our community. We, mostly Ms. Casper, have worked tirelessly to bring this conference to Oregon, to bring it to Hillsboro, and we want you to be a part of our family too. So if you guys would like to join, the doors are wide open. Thank you guys so much for your time, and once again, we're here for questions.
Board members, questions for our presentation?
Just a quick question. You said they're making luminaries. Could you just tell me what that is in 30 seconds?
Yeah, so the luminarias are made out of paper bags, and the students will be able to decorate them, and usually they're dedicated to someone who has been through cancer, or someone who's been lost from cancer, and so they're able to dedicate that bag to someone. And there's a light inside, so during the event it lights up, and it's really pretty. It's nice.
You walk a little bit back, and it's incredible.
Questions?
If adults want to volunteer, do they need to pass a background check?
That's an interesting question. Thank you, Monty. So thus far, all of the volunteers who have gone and registered at our OASC link are 100% people we know. We have over 40 volunteers at this point. 30 of them are Century alumni, and the other 10 to 15 are alumni of the Oregon Association of Student Councils. So,
Well, there's 150 people out of they all
sign up as a volunteer.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It's easy and quick on our website. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. We'll look forward to. Oh, another question?
I was curious, you were talking about, what other locations are you going to be having the conference? Are there other schools that were going to be involved?
Many other schools are involved, but the conference itself is at Century High School almost 100% of the time. It's been a learning lesson on how many of the decisions we get to make and how many decisions NASC makes when we host for them. But like Liberty High School is making some of our state guide decorations. We've got a lot of, again, alumni through OASC who are graduates of other schools who are participating. Something that we do get to plan is the talent that we showcase on the main stage as our about 1,200 guests enter the gym each morning, and so we're trying to showcase a really diverse group of kids, and so we'll be pulling from Hill High and Liberty and Glencoe and Century to make up those groups. Our mariachi band, for example, the Mariachi Club, the district mariachi band. We've got a dance group that pulls from Element Studio, and those kids are from all schools, and they've won some national titles. We've got 3 different ladies who have been the Hillsboro Teen Idols. Lovey was one of our former students, and she was also on American Idol, so we're trying to showcase a lot of local talent as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Julie, can I get a picture of you guys? Step into the light. Pass towards the light.
I'm here.
Yes.
I'm here.
I know you people aren't shy.
Thank you very much. All right, I would ask for a motion for the approval of the agenda.
Move to approve the agenda as printed.
Second.
Motion is made by Kim, seconded by Janine. Any discussion?
So, Mr. Speaker, in light, or Mr. Chair, in light of all of our guests who want to speak to us tonight, I would make a motion that we suspend the rule limiting the speaking to us for up to 30 minutes just for tonight, because we have more people who want to speak than we have time available to do so.
Is there a second to that motion?
So basically, we have a rule that says we have 30 minutes set aside for public input. I'm proposing that we suspend that rule tonight only so that we can allow for the majority of people to speak.
Let me describe. It's uncommon that we have one topic that comes and wishes to use the entire 30 minutes of our meeting. It has never in my tenure on the board aligned that we have 2 independent and unrelated topics that would like to speak and are plentifully represented. And so we're looking for an ability to do that. And my proposal related to this was that we allot 30 minutes of time at the beginning, as is our practice, for non-agenda items. And then we would reserve 30 minutes at the time of our second agenda topic, which is later in the evening. That's my proposal for that. And with that time, from what we have, I believe that will allow all speakers to speak.
So we need a second.
And I am still looking for a second to the modification of the agenda.
I'll second.
Second, all those in favor of the mod?
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Clarifying question.
Do we want to remove or move anything, seeing as how we're already scheduled to 10:50 p.m.?
It is late, and that's why I resisted. Can we take that? Can we take that as it comes?
Yeah.
I would. I have hope for certain topics to move faster than a lot of time. It's been our practice. So with that, I would ask for all those in favor of the modified motion or the motion to modify our agenda. Sorry, you get the introduction to all the legalese of a public meeting. All those in.
Sorry, Wayne, it's still not clear to me what we're voting on. We're voting on what you suggested or what Glenn suggested?
I'm the one who made the motion, so my motion was to suspend the rule. So I didn't put a time limit in there.
Okay, so in favor of what Wayne just said, we should vote no right now.
Well, but based on the amount of testimony we have here, we have approximately an hour's worth. That's why, we're both on the same page.
Yeah. I'm looking either way.
Right.
I think that if a flood of additional requests come in. So you can help, and as is our practice, the people requesting to speak will have 3 minutes of time. If you represent a group of people and can reduce the number of speakers and convey your message, there is an opportunity to speak for 5 minutes rather than 3 is representing a group. That is a way we've traditionally used to help all thoughts get spoken during the limited time. Because we are so late, I do want to bound the ultimate time. We can't make decisions if we're here. I don't see there being a problem. Sure, I've never done this before.
Right, but tell you what, let me just amend what I said. So to cap it at an hour total. Okay, since I put that motion out there. We can get wrapped around all the legalese here. I'd rather just get...
Motion is made to modify the agenda. Second, all those who can approve the modified agenda modification, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? That motion carries. Procedurally, now we go back. That is the modified original motion. We have a modified... motion has been modified to approve the agenda according to suspend our traditional rules of 30 minutes to allow a maximum of 60 minutes tonight of public testimony. It has been seconded. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. It's not the hardest thing to happen tonight. Sorry. Okay, so with that, I have a sheet to read for the benefit of everyone, so please pay attention. It applies to everyone. Audience participation. Participation in board meetings is governed by policy BDDH. Patrons may comment on specific agenda items at the beginning of the meeting, or at the discretion of the board chair may be deferred to the time the item is before the board as stated in the agenda. Comments about non-agenda items will be heard during audience time at the beginning of a regular meeting. Speakers shall be limited to 3 minutes. Speakers may offer objective criticism of school operations and programs that are of concern to them. However, in public sessions, the board will not hear personal complaints of school personnel nor any person connected with the school system. Other channels provide for board consideration and disposition of legitimate complaints involving individuals, including board policy KLKLD public complaints. If anyone wishes to address the board, they should fill out a board packet somewhere in the back corner there and have it make their way to Val Bachma, who can wait for us. Right next to Adam. And with that, we will continue. How this will work, there are, based on looking at the requests, there are 2 topics tonight. One is not on our agenda, and so it would go at the beginning period. The second topic is related to our school-based health center discussion that is happening near the end of the board meeting. And for the purpose of effectiveness of those comments, I've elected to have them present at the time that the board is about to discuss that agenda item. So we received these in roughly order of arrival, although they all look like they have the same date. Lean into the microphone. You can just tell me. With that, I will have first up Jenna Burke, and following that, Kisa Andrews will be on deck, and I'll announce the next people. Just please be aware to come up to the podium to state your name and address if you're an adult, and then you'll have 3 minutes. There's a countdown timer up there, so please watch and help us all keep the meeting running smoothly. So with that, I invite Jenna Burke up to safely traverse the feet.
Hi, I had no idea I'd be going first. I'm Jenna Burke, and I'm a parent of a student at Glencoe and Evergreen and
There's
Patterson.
an address just for the record.
My address is on there. Yeah. Oh, all right. So, like my street address? Mm-hmm. Wow. 3796 Northwest 313th Avenue in Hillsboro. Got it? All right. So my issue has been with the way the change in the curriculum, the downgrading of the curriculum specifically at Glencoe High School. This year, Glencoe rolled out a program where they did not have gradated English any longer. So the kids came in and they were English 9. There was no accelerated, there was no extra help, it was just straight English 9. And you have kids who are great kids I've worked with for years. We've been in this district since my 14-year-old was in kindergarten. And they're completely tuned out and telling me that they're not learning anything, and wow, we learned a lot of this curriculum in 7th grade advanced at Evergreen, so kudos to Evergreen on that, but you're asking these kids to learn it again. And so I'm saying this in reference to the way that it's going to be, it's suggested to be at Glencoe now, is that there will be no gradated math and there will be no gradated sciences. So there's just going to be one course, and as we talked to Travis, he said they're just going to all be raised to accelerated. And you know, that's not fair. That is not fair to the kids who don't get it. That is not fair to the kids who got it last year. It's just not fair. You're giving those students who don't get it, who need extra time, you are not allowing them that time. They're sitting next to the student who got it last year, the student who could write you a report on physics, and they're looking at that and going, well, I must be stupid. No, honey, you must not be. You're just in the wrong class. The kids that want to learn and they want to go faster, they don't want more work. They want to expand on what they're learning. They want to be taught differently. They want to learn. These kids are hungry for learning. And this year, especially given what happened with the English curriculum, I have no confidence that the teachers will be able to gradiate within single level classes. I know that my son specifically has asked for honors options in his science class, never given them. It's not fair to your students. It's really not fair.
Next up, we'll have Keisha Andrews, and after that, we'll have Wade Phelps.
Thank you guys for modifying the agenda tonight so everybody can speak. Address is 267 Northeast 18th Avenue, Hillsboro. My name is Keisha Andrews. Are you ready for time? Good? Okay. So while we appreciate the temporary partial restoration of accelerated classes, we are still here because the language used by the district makes it clear that the restoration of some accelerated classes is only temporary and that it intends on removing these classes again in the future. We appreciate the Q&A, but the fact that this can only be found under the Advanced Learners section on your website makes us question whether you are listening to us and whether you really do mean all. The model that Hillsboro School District is attempting to implement is one size that fits no one. This is not just an issue that affects advanced learners, it affects all students. We have to be able to provide an opportunity for learning for all students at all learning levels so that every student is engaged. To do this, there needs to be academic choices. To believe that this can be done by differentiating learning levels within a classroom is naive and places a huge burden on teachers to meet the needs of every student, regardless of learning speeds and styles. As hard as this model is on teachers, it's harder on students. Differentiation isn't happening now, and we don't trust it will happen successfully in the future. Accelerated classes provide an important academic tier between standard and AP courses. Accelerated classes fill a need to prepare for the rigor of AP for some and provide a challenge for others who don't think they can handle AP. Students may self-identify as accelerated in one subject, but may be of average ability or interest in another subject. By having choices of accelerated classes, it also serves kids struggling in a topic so that they can take a standard class that is not accelerated. These choices provide a more thoughtful pace and appropriate material from a more focused teacher. Choices lead to opportunity and growth. If the accelerated classes and standard classes are really the same as some district staff have claimed, then shame on you. It goes without saying that these courses should be different. So please, go ahead and accelerate the accelerated classes. Allow students to select choices that best suit their needs by providing standard, accelerated, and AP courses. Placing all of our diverse students in one heterogeneous grouped classroom does not provide the best opportunities for our students and support students' academic growth beyond proficiency. Are you taking into consideration ESL and ELL students, students on IEPs and 504s? Educational excellence becomes possible only when this district provides choices and provides our students with the necessary supports. The one-size-fits-no-one model attempting to be implemented by this district is not the answer. By not allowing these choices, you are failing every child in this district, not just the advanced learners. There are parents, teachers, and students who are not on board with the removal of accelerated classes and the attempt to provide differentiation within the same classroom. Don't doubt me when I say I will be their voice. I will be the voice of parents who can't attend your meetings, of those who continue to be left in the dark, and of teachers whose voices have been silenced. While we appreciate the temporary, partial restoration of accelerated classes at Glencoe and Century, all choices need to be fully restored, remain, and be offered at Liberty and Hill High to unify curriculum across the district, and we will not stand down until these choices remain and are provided to all students.
We have Boyd Phelps. Next, after that, Ruby Godwin.
Boyd Phelps, 73 Northeast Rogan Street, Hillsboro. I work in the high-tech sector and I've lived in Hillsboro for nearly 2 decades with my family. I have 4 children that currently span the scholastic gamut from high school to middle school to elementary, all within the Hillsboro School District. Our one constant desire has been to see them achieve their full potential socially and academically. They're all very different in their abilities and needs. In my profession over the last decade, I've hired hundreds, if not close to 1,000 engineers from not only the US, but from all over the world. From Russia, South and Central America, China, India, Egypt, Pakistan, Turkey, Nigeria, Israel, and many more countries. By far, the vast majority first settled in Hillsboro. They initially value proximity to work as they mature in their careers, eventually they get married, have kids, and they quickly find themselves ready to move and find their next home. I had a front row seat and watched as hundreds of families went through the process of determining where to move to and witnessed the tremendous value they place on the educational opportunities for their children as they plan for their future. In my conversations with these families, it is amazing how strongly they feel the desire to secure a quality education for their kids. A few will send their kids to private school, but most study attentively HSD and the other school districts in the surrounding area. They talk with colleagues, neighbors, compare school rankings, research course catalogs and offerings in the district, talk to real estate agents. They do their homework and make an important choice. They often choose a school district over an additional bedroom, a larger lot, a bigger garage, or even a convenient commute to work. They will pay more in property taxes if they perceive value. The quality of a school district matters to families with kids, matters to those who don't have kids by way of home value, and matters to all in general, as a quality school district helps all feel like they belong to a quality community. There is nothing surprising in any of these observations. Perhaps what has been surprising to me personally, as a member of the Hillsboro community, is that a majority of those that I've been a part of bringing to this community choose to leave to other school districts after careful study. We are losing far too many families who could have made a tremendous difference in our schools. Far too few stay. They go to Bethany, go to Beaverton School District, Tualatin, private schools, others. Far too often they feel they are moving to a district that will better challenge and grow their kids academically. They are stunned at the phasing out of accelerated classes, stunned at the one-size-fits-all educational opportunities, stunned at the willingness of a district to stretch teachers beyond simply what is reasonable. This bothers me, it should bother all of us, that so many choose to leave HSD. We need to constantly seek how to lift all students wherever they are, treat them as individuals, challenge them, and value the sacred connection between an individual student and his teacher. I'm deeply rooted in the tech industry and can tell you that while technology may help, it pales in comparison to a teacher who can focus for an hour on students of similar capacity. This is not about advanced or remedial, it's about challenging all to succeed and how we do that. The community has been watching carefully these last few years. Hundreds of parents attending recent district information passed down meetings at Glencoe and Century is really just a small sample of a much larger sentiment and a concern that is growing in our community. Fears that the district may simply regroup, pause, better inform, and then simply proceed down the same path only a year later, or that the few classes that have been temporarily restored will disappear, one class at a time. That would be disaster. It would create further divide and reinforce the barrier that many perceive as reasons to not stay in this community. We can do better, parents and the community are expecting better, not only of their children, but of the school district that serves them. While we appreciate the temporary partial restoration of accelerated classes at Glencoe and Century, all choices need to be fully restored, remain, and be offered at Liberty and Hill High to unify curriculum across the district. Thank you.
Ruby Dunn Lyman with Amber Holland at that time.
I live at 2813 Northeast Jackson School Road. By way of introductions, I have a BA in International Relations, an MA in Political Science, Masters of Arts in Teaching, and I'm currently working on my dissertation for a PhD in Educational Psychology and Learning Sciences at the University of Washington. I work on a research study at the University of Washington, and I work as a professor at Pacific University. I'm also the mother of 4 students who have attended Hillsboro School District since 1999 and will attend until 2021. Through my doctoral research, I have found that accelerated opportunities benefit high-achieving students and have no negative effects on students in mainstream classroom settings. I have prepared a reference list of peer-reviewed research articles and key quotes for you supporting my points. Despite current and widespread intuitive support for an inclusion model of education in which all students are educated together, research generally demonstrates that for high-ability students, homogeneous grouping has a significant positive effect on academic achievement. Feldhausen and Moon state that justice is not achieved by equality of treatment, but by equality of opportunity. This study supports contention that by showing different types of classroom placement designed to meet different student needs, may be identified similarly positive student outcomes. The current tendency to advocate one best, inclusive way to group all students for instruction seems paradoxical at best. The existing research clearly shows that some form of homogeneous grouping benefits the most able and gifted students in terms of their academic achievement, as well as their attitudes concerning themselves and regarding their school experiences. The data demonstrate that students placed appropriately in regular classes do not suffer socially or emotionally when students identified as academically advanced are served in separate homogeneous classes. These findings will offer support to educators wanting to provide more than one way to organize students for instructional purposes. According to a recent report on high-achieving students, more than 7 in 10 teachers of these students surveyed noted that their brightest students were not challenged or given a chance to thrive in their classrooms. Forcing all students to take the same classes when they obviously have different abilities is akin to getting out a big box of size 8 shoes and forcing all kids to take the same size of shoes regardless of what size they wear. It is no different than the scenario Kurt Vonnegut has described in Paris and Bergeron. And I've included that for you as well if you're not familiar with it as allegorical reference. The story is set in a future where the government has passed constitutional amendments to make everyone equal. People are made equal by devices that bring above average intelligence down to the level of normalcy. People are made equal by devices that do this, and we feel that Hillsboro School District is in effect doing the same thing by taking away student choices, which lowers the level of rigor for all students and put high-achieving students at risk for underachievement and disengagement. Acceleration is a cost-effective intervention. Grade-based forms cost little to implement and yield societal benefits that students complete schooling ahead of schedule and become productive adults earlier in their lives. While we appreciate the temporary partial restoration of accelerated classes at Glencoe and Century, all choices need to be fully restored, remain, and be offered at Liberty and Hill High to unify curriculum across the district. We will not stand down until choices remain and are provided to all students.
Dr. Amber.
Hello, my name is Amber Holland. I am a minor, so I will not be providing my address. So, as I said, my name is Amber Holland. I am a senior at Glencoe High School. I come from a low-income, single-parent household, and I am eager to learn. Since my freshman year, I have seen many classes cut, making it difficult for students to diversify their transcripts. It takes away our competitive edge for scholarships and college admittance, which goes directly against your strategic plan to, quote, have all students graduate with college and career readiness skills by the time they leave our system, end quote. In order for all students to have an equitable experience and outcome, we need to give students more opportunities for exploration. It is important for every student to be given an equal chance to succeed. This means that all students are challenged and well served in their learning environment. No student should be left behind, and one size fits very few. I am united for choices because I have taken many types of classes and have seen them benefit all students. I have taken standard, AP, accelerated, and honors. Each of these classrooms produced a different learning environment, no one better than another. As a junior, I did not feel ready to take an AP English course, so I took Advanced Junior English instead. I felt challenged and well-served. This class was a perfect fit for me, and I'm sad that this popular course is no longer offered to available students. I was told at the Century meeting that colleges do not care about accelerated courses. This is in fact widely incorrect. Students contacted Berkeley, American, and Western Oregon University, all of them saying the same thing, that they specifically look for these classes because it illustrates students challenging themselves academically. We would like to see more classes offered to help us prepare for college, making us more competitive on the national level. It is important that accelerated coursework be indicated as such on our transcripts. As a school, Glencoe would like to see better treatment of our teachers. Many teachers feel that they have no voice, and if they did speak out, they would risk their jobs. At Glencoe this year, one teacher started out with 51 students in a class that only had 36 desks. Another teacher had 241 total students last year. The cap used to be 150. Her biggest class was 49 students, but she has only 36 desks. This is a disservice to the teachers and the students that HSD serves. Teachers are told that they are failing, but they are not being given the necessary tools to succeed. They have large classes and little support or respect from HSD. We want to see a shift in the treatment of our teachers. They are shaping the minds of future generations. My teachers have changed my life, and they deserve to at least be heard. While we appreciate the temporary partial restoration of accelerated classes at Glencoe and Century, all choices need to be restored, remain, and offered at Liberty and Hill High in order to unify curriculum across the district. As a voice of the students, I hope you take all I have said into consideration, and thank you for your time.
I am Julie Hancock, 923 Northeast Ayrshire Road in Hillsboro. Let's imagine for just a minute that we're not at a school board meeting, and instead we've all been inside to take a unicycling class. The end goal is they're all able to ride a unicycle and feel successful in the process. So how is the best way to accomplish this with the large amount of people we have in this room? For ease and timeliness, we could be divided into classes of approximately 40 students, which is about what happens in our high schools. A teacher would then have to decide for each of our unique learning styles and our past experiences with wills and hills. Tiered assignments would be given to reach each learner within our class. Now, I would worry for the learners in this classroom. Sometimes people learn how to ride a unicycle quickly, others struggle or just need more time, maybe a slower pace, and practice in learning how to ride. There is nothing wrong with this. However, sometimes learners feel frustrated that it takes time for new information to sink in when they compare themselves with others who appear to have ease in learning in their same classroom. It would be hard every day, every class to feel that I'm efficient because I have a different rate of learning. I worry for the teachers of these classes. Essentially, we're asking them to juggle 40 different learning styles in the air while teaching students how to ride a unicycle. While we have some exceptional teachers who would try to achieve such a feat, they would burn out because they don't just teach 40 students, they teach 240 students. Now, how about if we took this approach? I ask each one of you individually to make a choice of the classroom that you would like to learn from. You know your learning style, and you know your past experience with unicycles. You could even consult an adult in your life, a parent, a neighbor, a counselor, a teacher who knows you and could help guide you in your decision. Maybe you would need their encouragement to see that you are capable of a more rigorous course than you thought possible. Wouldn't you appreciate the option of choosing between AP unicycling, accelerated unicycling, or unicycling? Not everybody is ready for AP, but they are ready for a more in-depth study and welcome the faster rate of learning that an accelerated course can provide. Now, this is a simple analogy to remind us that it's okay that every student has a different learning style and a different rate at which they learn. This does not make a learner deficient. We want every student to feel success in learning, but often this doesn't happen when they're constantly compared to other people's strengths. We need to listen to our teachers, our students who live in the trenches. Please listen to each of them, not just a small committee of them. If you want to engage and challenge all learners, listen to all of our teachers, our parents, and our students. We know the board can't fix our large class sizes, but programs need to be implemented that will complement our large class sizes, not complicate them. Our teachers and students will tell you how tiered assignments negatively group kids, making it easy to distinguish who's at what level in the classroom. This leaves a negative classroom environment as opposed to a successful one. How do they know this? Because they're experiencing it in the subjects where accelerated classes have been dissolved in past years. They are living it now. It hasn't been working. Please hear their voices. While we truly appreciate the temporary partial restoration of accelerated classes at Glencoe and Century, all choices need to be fully restored, rename, and be offered at Liberty and Hill High to unify curriculum across our whole district. Thank you.
I'm going to announce beforehand Joel Fenner and then Ashley Cox after that.
Before we go back to quiet meetings,
I've never more enjoyed having people to sit with.
so you know how to get to an audience. Just got some key programs. I'm Joel Finner, 3182 Northeast 2nd Court, Hillsboro, Oregon. We've talked a lot in these meetings about equality, and that was the main reason that essentially the district has proposed this. So I just want to talk a little bit about what we think is equality. So the argument used by the district was a very nebulous view of equality. Essentially, it was a presented and pushed without anyone's consent that is a sameness, not equality. No special programs, no additional opportunities, no chance to motivate, no chance to inspire, one size fits all. The argument is that no one should be allowed to choose to do more, since that will leave others at a disadvantage if they don't take these opportunities. So if certain demographics are not making these choices to better themselves, then encourage them to make these choices and support them. That's what they need. Offer better guidance using teacher recommendations, test scores, whatever means available to identify folks from all walks of life who could benefit from accelerated classes. So when I was a kid, I remembered that being a regular thing in programs. People that from any walk of life could end up succeeding, and that was the American dream. So I don't want us to remove opportunities for everyone to make all of us the same. That is not a solution that anyone with common sense would do. Instead, we need to be inclusive and offer all races and genders and demographic groups to take these opportunities. So the students, the parents, the teachers who all have come out to droves to this meeting and other parent meetings and signed petitions and repeatedly implored principals, meetings constantly. I'm sure the principals are sick of all these meetings as well. So email every avenue possible. We have a different view of equality. We want our community to reflect traditional American ideals. We want our community to reflect, the life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. I think these are still things we care about in America. So we want the freedom to shape our life to what we want it to be. We want choices that allow us to succeed. Currently, we have the choice to be a part of the Hillsboro schools and community, and we want that choice not to preclude the choice to have a good education. But we want a little more of a challenge with accelerated courses. That Washington County shouldn't say that isn't a choice we offer. They're effectively saying leave Hillsboro if you want better options, and we have. Equality does not mean we are created the same. We are all unique and individual, and that is a good thing. We should celebrate that. Some are good at math, some are good at baseball, some prefer drama, and we should apply these differences and encourage students, individuals, in any productive avenue in which they have interest. How should we encourage them? By offering as many opportunities to inspire and grow our students academically and prepare them for the next step, whatever it might be. Not everyone's the same, but everyone should have the opportunity to go to a public school and not have that choice to limit their future options. Only the rich through richer school districts and private schools can get the enriched curriculum and accelerated classes, then certainly that is an equality. Additionally, the kind of equality I'm interested in is making the student-teacher ratios of, for instance, of Glencoe at 28, other Hillsboro schools at 25, Beaverton at 23.7. That's something y'all could make more equal if you want to make something more equal. Century has 5 more classes that are accelerated than Glencoe. That's something you could help with, right? To make all the schools have as many opportunities, not less opportunities. We all want an equal opportunity for Washington School District kids to experience programs like accelerated classes, which help bridge them to the next step of AP classes in higher education. Not every student's path will be the same, nor should it, but every student who wants to put in the effort should be afforded a curriculum that provides the challenge which he or she seeks. While we appreciate the temporary partial restoration of accelerated classes at Glencoe and Century, all choices need to be fully restored, remain, and offered at Liberty and Hill High to unify curriculum across the district, and we will not stand down until that choice is provided to all students. Thank you.
Cox, 15580 for Oregon. Hello all. I would first like to begin by thanking the school board for giving me the opportunity to speak. I am truly honored to be standing here in front of you to discuss the serious issue of the removal of accelerated classes in the Hillsboro School District. My name is Ashley Cox and I'm a current junior in HSD. Since my first day of kindergarten, I've been enrolled as a student in the Hillsboro School District. I have so far been extremely pleased with my schooling until this issue of the removal of these accelerated classes has occurred. By removing accelerated classes, you're going to heavily impact the learning environment of not only the students but also the teachers. The option of taking an accelerated class allows us as students to decide if we want to academically challenge ourselves as learners in a certain area to gain further knowledge. Accelerated classes allows us as students to be challenged, but not overly challenged as some AP classes do, because our AP classes are college courses. Not all students are ready to take the jump from a standard course to an AP course. Accelerated classes provide what I like to call as a medium option for us as learners. Perhaps one student may be weak in the sciences, so they decide to take the regular or the small option course. But in math they are stronger, so they take the accelerated or medium option class. Then they are excellent with the subjects of reading and history, so they choose to take the rigor of a large option class, which is also known as an AP class. As you can see, the students' needs are met across the board, and they are placed in a class for each subject that meets their learning level. This student is me. I've done it all. I've taken a fair amount of regular classes, I've taken 5 accelerated classes, and I've also taken 3 AP classes. I've been extremely successful so far in my high school career, and it wouldn't be possible without the 3-tier program of regular, accelerated, and AP classes. Removing accelerated classes will also force teachers with a major dilemma. Teachers will have to decide to teach at a normal pace, where some students will end up playing on their phone for half the class because they finish their work in 5 minutes, or the polar opposite decision, in which teachers decide to teach at a faster rate, and the students not as strong in that subject are going to be left behind and lost. That's not fair. This is not a teaching problem, though. It's totally not a teaching problem. One teacher can't be expected to productively and efficiently teach 40 to 45 students with a wide range of learning styles. You are doing an injustice to us as students and also to the teachers. I want to be a teacher one day. I want to get back to the Hillsboro community what they have given me, an excellent almost 12 years of education. But I do not want to be a teacher in the Hillsboro School District in the future. If now as a student my voice isn't heard, and then in the future as a teacher my voice also won't be heard. Students want to learn, teachers want to teach. Parents want to see their children academically thrive, as you can see by everyone here, and coaches want to have disciplined student athletes. You, the Hillsboro School District, should also want to see these things. Stop dumbing us down and start prioritizing our learning. Don't use this one-size-fits-all philosophy because it's not going to work. Instead, start prioritizing us as students. While we appreciate the temporary partial restoration of accelerated classes at Glencoe and Century, all choices need to be fully restored, remain, and offered at Liberty and High to unify curriculum across the district. Around is over 1,200 signed signatures from Hillsboro community parents and students that are petitioning for the full restoration of these accelerated classes. Thank you guys again, I really appreciate it.
typically don't engage in back and forth during this portion of the agenda, but I did want to make a few comments just before you all take off. I have a feeling the group's going to radically thin out after this topic, so I just want to take a quick opportunity. First of all, I want to say we acknowledge that there were some huge mistakes made here. The manner in which communication was gone about or not gone about is a concern for us. Didn't communicate well with the parents or the staff, and that's a huge miss on our part, so our apologies for that. The other thing I think that happened is that there was we underestimated the impact. As we leaned more towards AP courses and getting dual credit courses, we didn't predict the impact that removing an honors or an accelerated course would have. That's been abundantly clear in the last 3 weeks. As we've heard from parents, staff, and students in a pretty significant way. So believe me, your voice has been heard. As we move forward, we do have a need to address a number of things. We do have a need to address the consistency by which our curriculum is offered from school to school. If you were to go to one high school and then compare it to another school, the offerings are not the same, and you're going to see some inconsistencies there. What we'd like to do is explore the best practices that are taking place at the various high schools and come together and reach some agreements on what is offered. Now understand that it's taken years and years to get to a spot where we've got various offerings in our high schools, so it's going to take a little time to clean this up. This isn't going to be done in a month. This isn't going to be done as we move into next school year, but it is something we're committed to cleaning up. The other thing I would mention is that we've most recently been exploring the idea of weighted grades. We've heard from community members for the last couple of years that would be an issue, that going towards a weighted grade system would assist students as they apply to various colleges. And our hope there is that would make a more of a level playing field for our students that are working towards college and applying for colleges. So that issue will be coming forward to the board in the next couple months. That's something that's being worked on right now. And I guess the other thing that I heard that seemed like there was a unified concluding paragraph there, if I were just a guy that took pick up patterns. So the temporary piece, I hope you don't go away from here thinking that our goal here is just to get through this year and then next year we're going to move it through again. That is not the intent here at all. I want to assure you that you've been heard and that there is no predetermined outcome as we start to explore this issue further. And I hope you believe that. The other thing that I know that we have work to do is the whole differentiation piece. We've heard over and over again that while it is true that the standards have changed and the standards have ratcheted up for all students, I think what we still have to prove to parents and to students is that our ability to differentiate for those needs is still something that we need to prove. And that's not just a teacher issue, that is a class size issue, that is a resource issue, and we totally understand that. I did hear some comparisons to other districts and class sizes. Know that is a flat out money issue. And districts around us do have a local option. And as that issue comes up in our community and as items are up for vote, keep that in mind. Again, not a predetermined outcome. Our goal truly is to offer the best options for all of our students, whether it be those students that are currently underrepresented in our accelerated courses, or whether that be some that's already identified as an accelerated learner. So know that we're going to continue to investigate that. We will work to get consistency. Know that your voice has been heard, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you guys for coming.
Stay. Relax. agenda has been posted, and we'll be taking the comments regarding the school-based health center at the time of the agenda item toward the end of the meeting. With that, we have our next topic on our agenda is a report from the Hillsboro Schools Foundation, and I will turn it to Mike to introduce our speaker.
All right, well, Laura Becken is headed this way, and I saw Erin Carlson come in. I don't know if she is. There she is. You're staying there, though? Yes, you are. Okay. So, pleasure to introduce Laura Becken this evening. She's the president of the Hillsboro Schools Foundation, and she's kind of a big shot in the community. And the reason she's a big shot is that she heads up a foundation that does incredible work for our school district. Over the years, we've lost many resources that are available to us. And during those years where resources have been down, the Hillsboro Schools Foundation has come in and filled the gap for us in just a huge way. And we're just so appreciative of the work that they do. They provided resources from everything from activities to various programs to now curriculum and science kits. So we're just so appreciative of all that you do for us, and the Hillsboro Schools Foundation has been such a strong partner for us, and we appreciate you being here tonight, and thanks for sharing your time.
Well, thank you. We're very happy to be here tonight. And you remember how the kids from Century said it was all Miss Casper? Well, it's kind of all Erin and Jenny, too, the wonderful executive director and development director that we have at the Hillsboro Schools Foundation. But I'm happy to be here. I am Laura Becken, and with the board of directors, and I'm here to give just a little update about what's been keeping us busy at the foundation. We are in our 16th year, and we're continuing to grow, and that's what's really exciting to us. Who's clicking? Oh, I am? Oh, this? Do I point it? There? Yeah. I turned it back on again. Oh, you're here. Oh, that one. Thank you. Thank you. So we think that our mission and vision here really speak to our hope to engage our entire community to benefit students and inspire excellence in our schools. We've been working hard on a strategic action plan for the last few years, and we're slowly checking off the action steps that we enumerated on that. We've added 3 new board members who are bringing just great new talent and wisdom and enthusiasm to our board. And as Mike said, we committed a couple years ago to get $140,000 to the school district to put a STEM kit in every K through 6 classroom in the district, which is about 350 classrooms. And we're happy to report that we're $120,000 of the way toward the $140,000. So by the time the science adoption is done, we'll be ready there with the money for the kids. We brought a few other photos to show you what we've been doing. Of course, our biggest event of the year is our auction and gala that happens every February. This year was absolutely maybe the most fun ever, certainly the most successful. We sold more tickets, we had more sponsors, and we raised more money than ever before, over $170,000. We were just tickled with all the district teachers and administrators who came and had fun with us at the event. And a special thanks to Lisa and Glenn and Janine and Kim and Wayne, all who came and had fun with us. And Kim and Janine for actually coming and actually doing some of the grunt work to help us get the show on the road. It was a lot of fun. Last week here in the building, whoops, that's not what I wanted it to do. There, that's the one I wanted. We actually had our phone-a-thon right here in this building, and that's the week from Monday to Thursday when we have high school clubs come in. They make the phone calls to patrons asking, well, telling them a little bit about the foundation and then asking them for some funds to help us do our work. We have a lot of fun with the students, and it's a great way for us to funnel about $10,000 a year into those clubs. The kids earn it by making the calls. And last year, let's see. This year, that slide's wrong, but this year we raised about $23,000. But we have given about $150,000 in the years we've been doing it. These are a little out of order. We do raise this money so that we can give it away. And the main way that we do that is through our grant process, which is going on right now. Every year we invite teachers and administrators, any Hillsboro staff or parent group to apply in our innovative grant process. Today I was reading and scoring grants. I'm one of the review committee. And next week we meet and decide, it's such a hard decision, but we decide which grants are successful. And then later in May, we'll go and have a surprise patrol. You can see us there in the surprise patrol, bringing balloons and certificates and making teachers and principals really happy when we bring the funds for them to do these great, innovative projects that they decided they would like to try with their students. Now, we do have tremendous community business partners who help us with this. I can't name them all, but among them are Umpqua Bank, First Tech Credit Union, New Seasons, The Hops, Intel, Skanska, and then there's Mod Pizza up there in the corner, and they not only give us money, but they feed us lunch when we go to pick up the check. So it's really, really fun. We have a great time doing that. And you can see in the other corner that great runner. Well, coming up on August 7th will be our third annual Run on the Runway. This is something we do in collaboration with another tremendous partner that we have, the Oregon International Air Show. They are helping us. We are hoping to build this into a tremendous community, exciting event for families, and frankly, also a great big fundraiser for the Hillsboro Schools Foundation. So it's gotten bigger every year, so come and join us August 7th. If you're not a runner, come and join us as a volunteer, because we need your help to put these things on. So, like I said, we are growing. We really want to make the Hillsboro Schools Foundation a household name. We want to get our whole community engaged in supporting our schools. And we want to grow more. But in order to do that, we need all the voices at the table. And so we really do welcome your input, your ideas. We'd love to know what you think might be the next big thing that we could do at the Hillsboro Schools Foundation to help us grow and help our students in the Hillsboro schools.
Questions?
Okay. I have a question. I just wanted to comment to say, to reiterate what Mike had said, but when you think about some of these programs that HSF has supported, such as the custodian at Pointer Middle School, John, and he runs a bike club that HSF has supported. And these students are coming in and they're refurbishing and rebuilding these bikes and then giving them to students to be able to have, bikes to ride to school and whatnot. And it's just an amazing program because it's all in the empathy and compassion, as well as a service, as well as he's teaching them a skill on how to, just everything he does. So that's just one example of so many that are happening across the district, and I'm always amazed at all the work.
So thanks. It's a lot of fun.
So next up we have Olga Cunha with presentations for Chicas Youth Development Program.
And Olga couldn't be with us tonight. She sends her apologies, but it's my pleasure to introduce the Adelante Chicas coordinator, Cristina Delgado, and her team. She's representing one of our amazing partners in the community, Adelante Mujeres. They'll be giving a brief presentation on the Adelante Chicas mentoring program and the impact it's had on students this year. Adelante Mujeres has managed and operated a youth empowerment and mentoring program for Latina Chicas for 8 years now, and Hillsboro School District has been a partner since 2011. The program has expanded to the elementary level last year, and we now serve students at W.L. Henry, Lincoln Street, and Free Orchards Elementary Schools, as well as Evergreen and South Meadows Middle Schools, and Hillsboro and Glencoe High Schools. The Chicas program is an intensive family-focused program that has a strong base and is responsive to the needs of our Latina students. So thank you very much for your work, and it's a pleasure to welcome Cristina Delgado. Gracias.
Thank you. Thank you everyone for allowing us to speak tonight. My name is Cristina Delgado. I'm the parent coordinator of the Chicas program, and I work with Adelante Mujeres. And I would like to introduce Guille Telles and Maria Delgado.
Hi, my name is Guille Telles. I'm a part of the Chicas Parent Leadership Group. My daughter goes to South Meadows, and she has been in the Chicas program for 2 years. Chicas is a school-based youth empowerment program for Latina girls, ages 3 to 12. The program helps to ensure academic success for approximately 450 girls by addressing their ability to navigate the education system and the challenges related to gender, race, and class in a comprehensive and proactive manner, offering after-school sessions and summer scholastic programs. Chicas provides 25-week sessions to 40 holders of 25 to 40 Latina girls. The program is offered at 13 schools and 14 sites within the Forest Grove and school districts. These are some of the schools that offer this program: Free Orchards Elementary, Lincoln Elementary, W.L. Henry Elementary, Evergreen Middle School, South Meadows Middle School, Hillsboro High School, and Glencoe High School.
My name is Maria Delgado, so I'm part of the Chicas Parent Leadership Group. My daughter goes to Evergreen Middle School, and she has been for 2 years. So the program offers academic support, early intervention, college readiness, preparation, financial literacy, leadership development, parent involvement, soccer, academic, and summer scholastic. For the past 3 years, 100% of the participation high school senior on the program have graduated from high school and are currently enrollment in the college university.
So Maria and Guille are both part of our parent leadership group, because one of the initiatives that we have with the Chicas program is not only working with youth, but also developing leadership within the parents as well. And that's why I asked Guille and Maria to come and share with me the information that we do and the important work that we are currently doing with the Chicas program and also with Adelante Mujeres. Just briefly, Chicas, it's part of Adelante Mujeres, a nonprofit organization in Forest Grove. We work with low-income Latina women and their families. We provide a holistic education approach. It's the empowerment and leadership opportunities for women. And next, I'm going to be showing a couple of pictures from the program that we had taken from the previous years. As Guille and Maria mentioned, we do have the family component. Again, not only do we work with youth, but we heavily work on developing leadership skills with parents. So we try to bring parents to community service events, to do family gatherings and parent workshops focusing on college readiness. And Something that we did this year that was very successful, and I'm very happy to share that it was a true collaboration with Hillsboro School District. We did the first family summit in Hillsboro School District. It was hosted at Glencoe High School. We gathered more than 170 people who attended. It was an opportunity for families with children from kinder all the way to 12th grade, information on college readiness, on the importance of bilingual programs and scholarships. So it was a variety of workshops that parents got to be exposed to. And parents from our leadership group from the Chicas program were also one of the people who presented at the conference. So again, it was a huge success, and part of it was definitely the collaboration that we have with the Hillsboro School District and the partnership that we have with Olga. Next, we have the after-school sessions. Again, as Maria and Guille also mentioned, we do have after-school sessions here in Hillsboro School District. And then again, we provide a lot of communication, a lot of leadership preparation, and more than anything, a lot of college readiness. So 100% of the chicas that we serve and our 12th graders, all of them have graduated, and all of them have been entered or applied to a college or university. And it has been very successful because we have very talented facilitators. All of them are bilingual and bicultural, so they provide that knowledge and background, cultural background. And it's also another way of establishing a partnership with, not a partnership, but also a mentorship program within the girls. So understanding the facilitators, understanding the obstacles that the girls are facing and that they're going through. So it has been very successful, and then again, the after-school sessions have been very, very successful. Again, thank you to the collaboration that we have with the districts, and also to each of the individual schools that we collaborate with. Again, college visits. This year we had the opportunity to attend many college visits, including Portland State University, Western Oregon University, Oregon State coming up. And something that I want to mention on this is that not only do we take girls, but also families. Again, with the Chicas, we're embracing the whole family component with it. So we know that if the parents are aware of the opportunities and how to better support their daughters, then it's going to be very beneficial for the girls as well to graduate and also to move on to college. We have the Soccer Academy. Currently, we have a total of 120 chicas who enrolled from Hillsboro and Forest Grove School District. So we are very privileged to be promoting healthy lifestyles, and this is through our Soccer Academy. We also have our summer camps, and those are going to be in the month of July. And again, those are opportunities for girls to have an opportunity to grow and learn about their culture, to learn about healthy lifestyles, and also to be exposed to the STEM careers. Community service, something that I want to mention is that Chicas is heavily focusing on community service opportunities. So we offer Chicas the opportunity to volunteer with SOL, to volunteer with Metro, to do a lot of community service projects along with parents. And the program, the Chicas program, and also one of our participants, Brianna Larios, were nominated to receive the Oregon's Governor Award. I'm sure if I'm mentioning that correctly. But it's the Oregon Governor's Volunteer Award at the state of Oregon. So it's a very good recognition, and we were very honored to be the recipients for that, and to have one of our chicas to be the recipient as well. So again, just involved in a lot of community service projects, it has been very, very successful. And then along with that, we also have the Comcast Digital Connectors. This is our second year bringing that project. We are approximately working with a total of 15 to 20 girls, both from Glencoe High School and from Hillsboro High School. All of our chicas are learning about how to navigate some of the updated or current technology programming, and also giving back to the community. So as they're learning, they're also volunteering their time at the library and many other places to also teach parents and community members about the technology system. And then again, within the leadership group, again, as I mentioned, Guille and Maria are part of the leadership program. We also
have a leadership component with our chicas. So again, developing leadership skills, advocating for community, advocating for resources that we might be needing through the school district as well. And I would like to have Guille share something about an initiative that we're currently working with our parents.
So the Parent Leadership Program is currently fundraising money for a scholarship that will be given to one of the chicas who will be graduating this year and will be attending college.
So again, right, developing those leadership skills, and the Parent Leadership Group wanted it not only to be able to expose the girls to opportunities to get money for their education, but them themselves are fundraising money so that the girls and their daughters can go to school and pursue a higher education. So I feel very proud of both of them and all of our parents and all of our chicas. This is all that we have for all of you, and we truly appreciate the support and the time that Hillsboro School District has been offering us. Thank you so much.
Questions? Janine?
I was just going to say it's an incredible honor to get that award from the governor. So congratulations to you, student.
Yeah, it's definitely been a true collaboration with the district support and then the support of the parents and the schools themselves. So thank you.
I would just say if any of the board members ever have an opportunity to go visit the program, you'll see a lot of engaged girls receiving great mentorship. And so thank you for all that you do for our students. It really is a niche that needs to be filled. We appreciate you stepping in and doing that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, you have a question?
Yeah, I had a question. I saw 7 schools up there. Is there any plans to expand there are other schools?
In Hillsboro?
Yeah.
I know we have been getting a lot of parents, a lot of families calling us from Eastwood and Newberry and Witch Hazel. So there's a lot of parents who are interested in us bringing the program to their schools. So I think as of now, it would be looking into our logic models and seeing what are the opportunities or ways on how we might be able to expand. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Travis. First reading on 2 new course proposals.
Thank you.
Two new course proposals that are closely connected to our career and college pathways work. I'm going to ask each of the folks who are proposing the new courses to talk about the course just briefly, and then have Elizabeth Moore, the chair of our Citizens Curriculum Advisory Committee, tell you about the conversation that was had at the advisory committee and their recommendation to the board. This is the 30-day review, opens a 30-day review, so we're happy to answer questions tonight or during the weeks that come before the final approval of the course. The first course is Intro to Health Science Professions, and this is brought to us by Ramona Toth from Liberty High School. Ramona's been a leader to us in the CTE world for years. Incredible leader in our health sciences CTE programming, and this is a course that she hopes will draw more students, more diverse students, also into the health sciences profession and career pathway. So I'll let her talk a little bit about the program, but please know that she's also worked with a team of teachers across our high schools to propose this course so that it lines up with our health sciences programming across our high schools. So Ramona Toth.
Good evening. Thank you for giving me a couple of minutes to kind of go over some of the logistics of proposing this course across the district. It originally started with a crazy thought, and the thought came from looking at about 8 to 10 years worth of data. In our district, while we had some type of an effort to draw students from underrepresented populations into the health science program over time, one of the things that did not over time increase was the achievement of our underrepresented populations. And I strongly believe in a model of teaching that has mentoring at its right side. It's the sidekick of teaching, and that mentoring and role modeling for students is critical. So the way we teach in the classroom is basically seniors get to hear what college students have to say about what college ready is and what it takes to get there, the whole pathway. seniors model to juniors. And at one point when we looked at the entire program, I said, well, what are we doing about our youngsters when it comes to connecting from elementary on and exposing them to careers, especially health science? We're looking at the entire health science field changing, and we're looking at employment being, it's probably the third most rapid growing field within the next couple of days in Oregon, and we don't have the workforce of tomorrow. We didn't really have the capacity to prepare it as we're looking at our public school system. So we're going to be borrowing from left and right other states if we're lucky enough to be able to borrow for healthcare. Because the picture is not as shiny in other states either. So with that being said, if we don't have programs in place at the lower levels where students are younger to be able to expose them to what those careers have to offer, those careers really offer anything from 6-month certifications to degrees that you're going to have to be working on for 11 years of school. So everybody has a place in healthcare, but students have to be connected and have to be motivated and engaged to be part of those programs. So when we're looking at this one semester course that we're trying to offer, it's essentially a STEAM, CTE, advertised, and I'm using a lot of acronyms. I apologize to the parent community as I'm talking about the different acronyms. What I'm trying to really emphasize is that the course itself, within the very short time frame, which is one semester, is going to be focusing on helping our students that we are recruiting for the program actively, working with our counselors and with our AVID teachers as well as with our parents. To offer basically a curriculum where we have integrated just about everything from guest speakers to openings to the businesses out there, to the healthcare field, to including the STEAM activities that are NGSS aligned, including the teaching of those integrated lessons that align with Common Core. And at the same time prepare our students for having the soft skills that they would need in order to become more interested in that career and college pathway. Because as we hear from our business partners all across, soft skills are just as important as the academic skills that our students are bringing out into the workforce. So our intent is to basically build everything that we're doing in that course off of the resources that we already have in place. We're not looking at textbook adoptions, we're not looking at anything but a couple of reference pieces of material, and everything else that we do, with the amount of technology that we have, we are very likely able to fit it in and teach it. So I'm going to just leave it up to questions at this point.
Let's let Elizabeth talk a little bit about how the CCAC teacher.
So there was spirited discussion about this class at the Citizens Curriculum Advisory Committee, and in fact, Ramona came twice to present about this class to us. The first time it was presented, it was not approved. The second time, we did approve it unanimously, and we asked several questions specifically surrounding how will the class close that achievement gap between underrepresented communities and other students. So Ramona was really able to explain more thoroughly to us that this class is going to provide a foundation for students who go into the healthcare classes and really help them to understand the rigor and the expectations and everything that will be involved if they choose to go forward with these classes, which is what ultimately caused us to provide the unanimous approval for the class to go forward.
I didn't take any questions at this time or during the period of review.
I'm going to make you ask a question. One of these.
I should formulate a question. What an exciting opportunity. No, I just think I just am really excited about the opportunity. Having two boys that have taken two different paths, a college and a trade path, the more opportunities that we provide for students in the school setting, they can figure out that path that they want to do after, whether that's going to take them on to continuing education to that field, or whether that's something they can say, well, you know what, no, because once they enter into college and they start, it's and then they change paths, that's a financial impact to families. And so I just appreciate any opportunity we can to grow this field. So.
Thank you. All right. Okay. Thanks, everyone. The next course will be Career Pathways Internship Elective. This was brought to us by Brooke Nova, who's our coordinator of College and Career Pathways. This is connected to a community service elective that has already been approved by the board recently. It's just a little different spin, so I'm going to let Brooke talk about the details of this in connection with our larger College and Career Pathways project, and then I'll ask Elizabeth to talk about the discussion at the CCAC as well.
Hi, good evening, everyone. It's good to see you guys. Here's the biggest difference is that with the community service learning elective, it's been great, but the internship elective will allow our students now to do internships for for-profit large corporations or small corporations, whereas the community service learning elective is more for nonprofit work. So that's really the difference. It's still 65 hours for a 0.5 pass credit, 130 hours for a full credit. Students would work with their counselors to make sure that everything is set and ready to go. There's a packet already set out in place, so students would document their work to turn it back in for that pass credit. But as we continue to work on providing opportunities for our students, there was a need to create this. Thank you.
This course was also approved unanimously by the CCAC. We had questions regarding transportation issues, how the internships would be selected, if they would be provided by the school, the opportunities, or if students would be able to go out into the community and find someone who would be willing to sponsor them for an internship, how the course credits would be aligned, etc. All those questions were answered satisfactorily, and everybody was really excited about this course.
Just one more thing to add is that the committee that directs us in our College and Career Pathways work includes the city and the chamber, who are partners to us in creating more internships for students, as well as business partners. So Windermere, Epson, IBM, Washington County, and they've all asked us to create more opportunities like this so students can benefit. If they're not being paid, then how can they benefit from these internship opportunities? And so this elective is our ability to do that. Any questions? We're happy to answer.
Resist. I have an actual question. So what mechanisms do you have to kind of close the academic loop on the internship process? Your report, outcome, presentations, what's kind of the academic curriculum associated?
There's a packet that I brought a sample of that students will complete, and they also record their hours. They write a narrative. The person that they intern with does a reflection on them. And then written into the course proposal, students will present in their pathway. So they can present in Ramona's health science program about their internship. So that also students, it's looping it back, so students are learning about that community connection to their classroom work as well. So that would be tied into it. If you want to see a second, pass it around.
You may or may not know that new course proposals are one of my all-time favorite things about being on the school board. I'm a guest because it used to be okay, so I remember when we were working to get the community service learning credit passed, and I love that this is correlated to that because one of the things that I love the most about that is the equity that it brought to the process so that a student who couldn't maybe go and do community service after school because they had to work, so they could incorporate that into their school day, and this I think reflects that same level of commitment to it. So I'm really excited that you saw that.
Yes.
That's a comment question. How are you guys doing?
Well, I mean, that's huge that I've noticed is that students are so committed in other ways after school that we just need to make sure that we're creating access and opportunity for all students. A lot of students work after school to support their families, so we just need to continue to create avenues for them. And that was a huge need that we saw as well. Thanks.
That was one of the big questions that we had at the CCAC as well, particularly around the transportation issue. You know, if you were someone who was dependent on the bus, for example, or didn't have a car, walk to school, how would you get to your internship? And school will be providing bus passes, or the internships will be at the beginning of the school day, so maybe the kids can take a bus to get there and then go to class later in the day. So,
Janine.
I just wanted to say that it's an interesting role that the CCAC plays in this process that a lot of folks aren't probably familiar with, and I just think that it has really added a lens to the process for these new courses, and I appreciate that very much. Is there something that you could maybe share as a benefit, what you have, because a lot of folks might not know exactly what that.
So the Citizens Curriculum Advisory Committee, it's one of our main functions is to listen to new course proposals and to ask questions that we assume the community would have and the parents would have about how the classes will fit into the current curriculum and how will they benefit our students. What makes it worth it to have this class offered at our school? So we're a committee, I think we have 16 members right now. We meet once a month. Travis works with us to set our agenda and to decide who comes to present to us. You would all be encouraged to apply if you're interested in being on our committee. We'll be soliciting for new members this summer. And it's just a really great way to learn more about what's going on in the school district and to make sure that parents have, and community members, have a voice in what's happening with the curriculum in the school. Does that answer your question? Okay.
Well, back to the first one, I noticed that Hill High is excluded. That's the, is it that?
I think that the three partners for Century, Glencoe, and Liberty, and Ramona can correct me if I'm wrong, have a similar course sequence, and that Liberty, or that Hill High's is a little different. It's about anatomy and physiology, but they have a sports medicine flair to their program.
Yeah, that was a question we had too.
You doing okay so far?
Yeah.
And so those three were those who collaborated on this specific intro to health science.
Okay, so a Hill High kid's not missing out on something that he was going to do in their school.
No, and in fact, Liberty is the only, I think Liberty is the school that has confirmed that they're going to offer this course next year, and the other schools it will be an option. So as you know, that when we approve a course that's approved across the board, it's up to the school to fit it into their master schedule or their focus programs that are pre-existing in their schedule.
Okay, so when we add an elective, do we drop an elective?
Negative. When we add an elective, it's on our books, so to speak, as a course that we offer in Hillsboro with standards and processes for assessment and all that, and it lives on that list.
So we drop an elective when we just don't get interest from the students?
Yeah, there's a number of factors. So I think it's up to a school leadership team to assess who's forecasting for which electives and decide which programs are growing or shrinking. In the case of CTE programming, it's sometimes a response to the demands of the community. So health sciences is an example of a growing field, and I predict that we'd add more electives associated with it. And if there were an industry that was moving away from Hillsboro, we might see less demand for that, and therefore we deactivate offering it on a master's schedule.
Thank you.
I'm seeing into the future when the board might approve this course and Brooke might not be there, so I just wanted to say thanks to Brooke Nova for her leadership on this. Her background in counseling and school to work has been a big benefit to our career and college pathways, and we wouldn't have this vision for how to offer these sorts of electives without her leadership, so thanks to Brooke.
Now I'm hoping they're playing with talk sessions.
I've been banned.
Oh, there you go. They turn you to give some board members some respite. I had planned to go through the remainder of the reports and discussions and then take a brief intermission, unless everyone's already taken. Financial report, so Adam.
I will be really brief. You have the report in the packet. This time of year is budget cycle for the business office. That's what we've been focusing on primarily. We have all of the retro pays done now. We're looking forward to the end of the school year and all of the payrolls that happen in June. So right now we're focused primarily on budget. And I'm happy to answer any questions on the information that was provided in the packet.
I noticed that you had interns, 3 interns at your, so would these interns be eligible for the service credit if you continue that program? So just as...
Yeah, in fact, this is the 3rd batch, I believe, of interns that we've had this year. Yeah. Michelle is big on interns, and it's been a really valuable experience for our staff and for the kids.
Wonderful, thank you.
Seeing no other questions?
I told you I'd be fast.
Next up, we'll have some first readings and policies by Dan.
Good evening. So we have 7 policies up for first reading, and they all have to do with 3 Senate bills and 1 House bill. So I thought I'd provide an overview of those Senate bills and House bills first, because that will provide some context for those policy proposals. So first of all, Senate Bill 321 lowered the compulsory age for Oregon students for compulsory attendance in school from age 7 to age 6. And if a student is 5 and they are enrolled, then they also fall under the expectation that they must maintain regular attendance. Senate Bill 553 talks about the fact that students' age and past patterns of behavior needs to be considered before an expulsion or suspension. Specifically, it's looking at students that are 5th grade or lower, encouraging schools to look at how a misbehavior of a 7-year-old might be different than a misbehavior of a 17-year-old. Specifically, it adds details about suspensions or expulsions to only be limited to non-accidental conduct causing serious physical harm to a student or employee, when a student's conduct poses a threat to the health and safety of students or employees, and or if the suspension or expulsion is required by law, such as a weapons violation. Additionally, if a student is suspended out of school, then steps must be taken at the school level to prevent the recurrence of the behavior. And those are in line with the values we've had at the elementary level already, so that's good for us to see. Senate Bill 556 talks about expulsion cannot be used to address truancy, which isn't part of our practice anyway. And then House Bill 2597 talks about that if attendance is an issue and we are sending information to parents, that we inform parents that if their student is receiving services for special education, then parents can have the IEP team reevaluate the IEP, and or if a student isn't on an IEP, a parent can request an evaluation if they feel that might be an issue that is creating their attendance issue. Those changes have already been reflected in the letters that we sent out to parents when we share concerns about attendance. So the policies that are before you, this is first reading, so I'll just give you an overview, and then if you have questions, I can take them today, or you can send them to me during this review period. So the first one is policy JE, student attendance. And basically the addition is that added language about students that are enrolled at age 5 are required to attend school regularly, and that expulsion can't be addressed, can be used to address truancy. So that's a small adjustment on that one. For compulsory attendance, again, this updated language in line with Senate Bill 321, that students 6 years and above must attend school, and if they are enrolled in kinder, then they must attend regularly. We removed the detail about the citation of $180 for a Class C violation, because that changes over time. And then we also, on the back side, you'll see a lot of additions. That's the language recommended from OSBA regarding homeschooling, and the guidelines around working with the ESDs regarding state assessments for students. Policy JEC regarding school admission. So this cleared up language regarding students' right to be enrolled in school if they're up to age 21, if they haven't earned a diploma. And for students that are receiving special education that are also up to the age 21 that haven't earned a diploma or a certificate. It also adjusted that compulsory age in line with Senate Bill 321. Under conduct and discipline, this added the detail about considering students' age in line with Senate Bill 553, and also added the details about not expelling students for truancy. On the back, you'll see the language, page 2, you'll see the language, legal language from Senate Bill 553 about the guidelines for out-of-school suspension for students that are 5th grade and below, and the additional language about schools working to support a student in preventing the recurrence of those behaviors. Policy JG regarding student discipline. Again, this added language about considering students' age and the district's role in preventing behavior for incidences similar to the one that a student might be suspended for from occurring in the future. And then policy JGD, this one is again suspension. So this talks about added the language of the law regarding the out-of-school suspension, and also added procedures and processing steps and parent notification of those steps. In terms of prior notification, making sure that parents understand what the violation was and how that violates the code of conduct. And then the final one is about expulsion, and this clarified the language and the procedural steps included regarding prior notice and reason for the expulsion. Also included some information about the privacy of the hearings to protect the privacy of students unless the parent chooses otherwise, and also identified the appeal process in terms of the board's role and the assignment of a hearings officer, whether or not that is the board chair themselves or the superintendent or the designee. So that was a brief overview of the 7 policies. Again, this is under review, so I'm happy to answer any questions this evening, or you can send those to our comment. Any questions?
I feel compelled to comment that the board does receive the packet 4 days in advance, usually last week, and we have an extensive time to read what you talked about, present the documents and their redactions and modifications so that we can study them ahead of time. This isn't completely news to us. You are beginning to get the impression of why you usually don't come to school board meetings. I apologize for that, but everything that we listen to is important in one way or another, and I appreciate your presentation and going through the modifications. Are there any questions from those documents that we've got there? I assure you there's no Tetris or Facebooking going on. I can see them all, and they're paging through the documents, comparing what she's talking about. It is good work. Thank you very much. This will go on first reading for approval next month. Just for public general knowledge as well, these go on first reading, and then they have a roughly 30-day period until our next meeting, which we take public comment via electronic communications that come to us. They'll come back and present, and then would approve or disapprove any of the actions that happen. So I think it's interesting. Okay, so how are we doing? We keep going? Everyone snuck out one time or another. I've been watching you all. So we'll keep going. Next up is our consent agenda, and I would be looking for a motion.
Move to approve the consent agenda as printed.
Second.
Move has been made by Kim to approve the consent agenda as written and seconded by Janine. Any questions? Janine?
All I was going to say is that a lot of times in the consent agenda, we see a lot where the retirement comes through for a lot of our staff members. And, I don't know the possibility of this, if this is something that some of these staff members have been with us a very, very long time. And I noticed, I don't know if there's any way to be able to show that when we put in through the packet, to really show that to the community. Some of these teachers have been here many, many years, and people can remember them, and I think it shows, I just think it's,
Like putting them on on the website or something?
No, I was just even saying that in the packet, if it was just mentioned, like when they're retiring, when did they start? In the Hillsboro School District or teacher experience, because it really does show, I can see one teacher on there that I know has been in the district for many, many years. So.
We could definitely have that.
If that's not it.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none? on my board. Remember, you do have speaker request buttons that keep me from twisting my neck. And so with that, all those in favor of approving the consent agenda, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. Okay, the next up, we will enter our action item list. First up, Beth with interdistrict transfers.
I thought I'd come up here just for the sake of the recording and maybe just to be more visible to you all. So tonight we are going to take into consideration our participation in the second of two state mandated processes for interdistrict transfers. So this one is mandated by House Bill 2747. And the difference between this one and the open enrollment period that we just exited in the month of March is that districts can choose to participate, not participate. In this one, they can hold students back if they want to. You have to get both a release from your home district and an approval from your district of choice to be able to affect the transfer in this system. So what we did was we kind of looked at the number of slots that were left after our open enrollment process. We did have 86 students that want to come to us from other districts, 76 in grades 1 through 12, and 10 who accepted our first time offer of, we said we would accept kinders, but just kind of at a district level, and that they wouldn't be placed at schools until the August process when we consider other kindergarten requests. So we had 10 students that took advantage of that. This time, you have a packet. I don't know if any of you would prefer to have a paper copy. I brought a small number, so, okay. So we kind of took a look at what we had left. For the most part, those slots just rolled, ones that remained open. We did contact individually the schools that filled all their spots through open enrollment just to see, you look like you're kind of popular, could you take a few more? And so we worked individually with those schools to see what they felt that they could accept. So our proposal is to, for this second process, open a total of 50 slots and no more than the numbers listed as indicated on the list. And then since we had originally said we'd accept 15 district-wide kinders, we had 10 accept through the previous process. There's still another 5, and we would propose that we allow those to remain open for this process as well. Any questions?
I see on there Hillsboro Online Academy. So what's that get our numbers up to? If we get all 40?
Oh, wow. If we got 40, we would be close to 250, 260.
I think we're about 195 right now. Is that?
Yeah, we're right
around
around 200.
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
Okay.
I make a motion to adopt the plan presented for the interdistrict transfers for the 2016-2017 school year.
Second.
Motion is made by Janine and seconded by Eric to approve the interdistrict transfers as described. Any further questions? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. Motion carries.
Thank you.
You came up. I clicked you up. Who's your name? Malfunction. That would be a technical. You can just wait. Next up, we have approval of the 2016-17 alternative education programs.
Good evening, I'm Ryan Mayer, the director of Alt-Ed, Travis Ryman and Ted Zayer, and as a request of the board in October, presenting this year for next year's alternative options. You should have them in your packet, and they're also on, oh, I have this slide. There are no changes for the following year as they stand right now. Do you want me to read through them? Do you have any questions? Yes, Bob.
Numbers in each program.
Oh, my goodness.
I know you probably don't have them tonight, but can we get those?
Absolutely, absolutely.
With dollars attached? Can you get dollars attached?
The dollars generated by those students or the cost of the program?
Cost of the program.
Absolutely. The one change in presenting right now at this time of the year is we don't have good exit data. So we haven't reached 2 yet. And so hopefully we can present that sometime early next year to celebrate some of the successes. A couple of the things I do want to hit on is some of the work we've been doing at Miller right now, coming out of the LTEC committee on options that Lonnie was a part of, that ended about midway through last year. We were given the task to really look at how we could improve the opportunities and options for students in our alternative education schools. And one of the things we've done is started to visit schools in our region. And we landed on a school in Washington, just right by SeaTac in Burring, Washington. A school that's called Big Picture Highline School. It's a public school, it's kind of a Highline school district. And we've been examining how that might be able to fit into our district. And we've created a subcommittee, which Ted and Travis are part of, and we met today to kind of look at next steps. Because what we feel is, there's a perception sometimes with alternative education that we're a credit factory or we're just looking to get kids through. And what we really want to be perceived as is something that lines up with the district vision and mission. Students that are college and career ready to enter the workforce if that's what they choose, and be able to earn a living wage. And so through this potential redesign, it lines up tremendously with our mission and vision of our district. And some of the things that, this is a real skeletal view of Big Picture School in Buren. Students attend school 3 days a week based on a learning plan that they've created along with their advisor, their mentor, hopefully their parent. 2 days a week they're in the community on full day internships. They're learning real life skills that are transferable. And it's all around project-based learning. So 3 times a year, students write their own learning plans with their committee, and they work independently towards those goals. And 3 times a year, they report out on their successes, and they're judged based on their proficiencies in those areas. They align with our goals and our mission and vision. These students are required to take state testing just like all of our students, and they are college bound or career bound like our students are. And really the big focus is that it's student-centered approach to learning, which is what our students say mostly they've disengaged with at our comprehensive high schools. They don't feel like there's anybody that knows who they are, that cares about where they're going and what their vision is. Like that. Are there any questions?
I actually, part of the bigger part here, your initial Monty's request, because I just need clarification, and I guess I don't know if I need it from Monty, just because as a board, I think I don't know the time-intensive process that Adam will require to look at each of those programs and know the dollar cost and everything else to that and the numbers of students. So I would just want to, just kind of curious to ask, we don't normally ask that question of each program. We didn't ask it of our new CTE programs and such. So I'm curious as to, why we would need to, and I think we would need to know the time. That's part of our working agreements, is to know it has to be a majority of the board that says, yes, that is a value of the board to be able to take that time to add. And I'm not trying, I don't know the time involved. So.
I don't know either yet. If I can get a list of the staff assigned to each of those programs, it shouldn't be super
Yeah,
time
we can
intensive.
do that. We can get a list of the staff. For instance, the Hip and Connect program, other than in-kind service and space, is all grant funded. So,
Well, you and I will
Yeah.
meet. I don't believe it'll be a super intensive thing. You may not get an answer down to the penny, but we will be able to give you a good idea of what each of those programs
I guess I was
are.
just kind of curious as to the direction, because we don't normally ask that of every program, so I wasn't sure what the purpose of it was.
Well, we got it last year. And I think as a board, we need to look at what our programs cost us.
So looking at every single program.
Need to be, yeah.
And just to clarify that, the presentation tonight is two sections. One is this, and it's a status quo based on the fact that we have a status quo budget rolling forward. Greg's not here to ask for more funding for any more programming. This is an approval of the existing programming. And then everything else in the subsequent slides that he shared is just an exploratory phase we're in around a new model for what Miller West would look like. So just to make sure that that agenda item as an action item is one part of this. The other part is strictly informational. That's why Tim and I are here to answer any questions that you might have. So you know, sure that's not planning phase.
So we need a motion?
It's part of it. I was waiting to see if we were done. I didn't think they were done. So.
this is just a rough outline of the plan as we move forward. This year, we visited Highline, and we're setting up our committee right now. Spring and summer, we'll look at feasibility of going into what we call year zero, which is a planning phase, working alongside potentially with the director of the Puget Sound Consortium out of the Seattle area, who oversees the big picture schools in the Northwest. And then we would look to potentially phase in a program in the year 17, 18. Any questions?
Seeing that?
Are we going to have further opportunity to look in and more reports on this new?
Absolutely, I'd love to. Love
Yeah.
to come back.
Yeah.
Love to have some of the board come up with this. Yeah,
If you could do
absolutely.
that.
Okay, seeing no other questions, I would ask for a motion.
I move that we approve the list of alternative programs for the 16-17 school year.
Second?
Kim moved to approve the alternative education programs for 2016-17, seconded by Janine. Any further questions? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Tom. Authorization of administration to award contract for elementary school wireless infrastructure upgrades.
Yes, and my understanding, you just received the information today. I apologize for the tight timeline on this one. This is a new process for the school district to be going through in that E-rate funding provides for Category 2 funding, which covers for internal connections, wireless upgrades, things of that nature. So what I'm presenting to you in asking for your approval on is three separate RFPs, or three portions of three separate RFPs. So one for cabling and infrastructure, which is all of the labor and maintenance to mount the access points in all 25 of our elementary schools, starting this summer over the course of 18 to 24 months. The access points themselves, and then the networking equipment to actually support the additional access points in all 25 of our elementary schools. As you know, we've completed the high school, we've completed the middle schools and our alternative schools over the last year, and this is where we're going to start moving forward in addressing our elementary schools. It looks like a big price tag, but all things working out the way they should be. E-rate has been consistent in funding Category 2 for all schools that have applied for it. Last year, this is the second year of the implementation, our first go around at it. We've been working with Funds for Learning to get that process moving forward, which is why we've had kind of this timeline of getting it before the board today, because The initial E-rate funding for approved RFPs and contracts was this Friday. I just learned today they've extended it by a little bit, so we can get a little bit more contract negotiation after the RFP is approved. But I apologize for the tight timeline on this, but we had to leave the RFPs out there for a certain amount of time in order to make this happen. So with that being said, I gave you a 3-page summary of what the cost would be, how the RFPs were structured, and what criteria we used to rate each of the vendors or the providers for these services. You've got a letter from the project management company, NIS, who's been a longtime partner with Hillsboro School District, that kind of outlines the cabling infrastructure, because the parts is just a straightforward lowest bid for the equipment. We didn't get that much of a narrative from them on that piece, mostly around the detailed infrastructure piece for elementary schools. So if I can answer any questions at this point.
Right. So you mentioned that this is covered by E-rate. Is that right? Okay. So, but you don't, should be. So that's where my concern is. I mean, you know, I'm an infrastructure and an IT guy, so I'm excited to see this level of investment in our schools. I'm slightly concerned of what if the money doesn't come through.
Any contracts we work out with our vendors or awardees in this RFP will have the clause contingent upon E-rate awards, because if we don't get that, we're going to have to move forward one way or another.
Okay.
E-rate will almost pay for all of this. It's about a $1.1 million investment over the course of a couple of years. That's a similar investment that we've made at the high schools and the middle schools over the last 2 years. It just means we're going to have to figure out how we carve that out of the general fund, much like we did over the last 2 years with with the middle schools and the high schools.
Does the motion have to be all the detail? Because it's RFPs?
Not really. I mean, it could be simple. There's some sample language there for you to approve the RFP for each one, or you could probably, as long as the minutes, it matches our muster for board approving these. You have all of the details, so I think you could say. But if you look at the SIT page, there is a motion that's kind of some language there.
That looks very different from the secret. That's why I'm asking. I'm going for the long one. Here we go.
Okay.
I move that we authorize the administration to award the contracts for wireless access points and network switches and for cabling and infrastructure implementations as defined in the RFPs as follows. Award the contract for wireless access points to CVE Technologies Group in the amount of $362,188.29. Award the contract for network switches to Frontier in the amount of $69,631.62. And award the contract for cabling and infrastructure implementation to the following contractors. Diverse Communication at one site in the amount of $40,389. GB Manchester at 10 sites in the amount of $311,681. And Hyperion Communications at 14 sites in the amount of $371,765.
So I will second that. And thank you for being the one to read that.
Motion is made by Kim and seconded by Glenn to approve the RFPs as stated eloquently already. Any further questions? We have Monty.
E-rate?
E-rate it's a federal program that gets collected from your telecommunications bill. You will see it on your phone bill. And it sits in a big fund, and there's category 1, which is all of our telecommunications, our bandwidth, our phone services, our long distance phone services. And then category 2, they've expanded and last year created new categories for internal connections, networking equipment, those types of things.
So they're basically reimbursing us?
They will actually, we can actually bill directly against that, or we can have our contractors and or vendors bill directly against that. Or reimburse, whichever is easiest.
So you mentioned the carve out of the budget.
Oh, yeah.
So what piece of that? What would we?
Well, right now, the way it pencils out in really rough numbers is that we are ahead. With the allocation on page 3, it kind of breaks down how the E-rate works. They provide $150 per every student in each one of these schools. We get our E-rate eligible amount, which historically we've been right around the 70% mark, which gives us $105 per student. Some of the schools, like Reedville, is a little bit upside down because there's fewer students there, but it's an older school and it's much harder to do the construction in, so it costs more. So that $105 won't cover all of that, but Rosedale, lots of students, really new school, easy to install. It balances out. We can only use what's allocated for each of those schools. So there's a little bit of general fund that's probably, I haven't been able to do the analysis to give you a very detailed what small portion. It's going to be vastly different than what we've done for the middle school or for the high school projects, where all of that came out of general fund. If E-rate does not happen, if for some reason they deny us, which no school that I worked with or talked to last year has been denied on their Category 2 projects, we would just take very smaller chunks of our schools and do them in a slower process.
Okay, so E-funding will cover some of the costs, is what you're saying? Do we have a feel for that, whether it's under 100,000, under 10,000?
Whenever I shoot from the hip like this on budget numbers, I'm always wrong. I hate to give, when I look at it right now, for our 11,000 students, we're eligible for more money than the total cost of this. It's where those small deltas on those schools. So it's not going to be a significant amount of money. It would be far less than what we paid for on either of the other projects.
Just to be clear, anything that does come out of the general fund will come out of the tech budget. It's already budgeted for. This will not be additional general fund.
Yes, it's not an escrow fund.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, motion's been made by Kim and seconded by Glenn. Any further questions? We've answered. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Adam.
So tonight you have an action item to approve a joinder to the trust agreement for the PACE insurance pool. PACE is the insurance pool that insures almost all of the school districts in the state of Oregon. And because it's a pool, each individual district is a member, and we each have our own trust agreement with PACE. So anytime there's a change to the trust agreement, each individual school district has to go through and approve a joinder to that agreement. So tonight you have a joinder to the trust agreement that does two things. One, it creates a dispute resolution process in the trust agreement. And the second thing it does is it expands from 2 terms to 3 terms the number of terms that trustees can serve on the board. And full disclosure, I am a trustee on the PACE board right now. I'm in my 2nd term. So if this is approved, I may be allowed to run for a 3rd term as a PACE trustee member. So that's it.
Questions?
How about a motion?
How about a motion?
I move we approve the property and casualty coverage insurance trust joiner to trust agreement.
Second?
Motion made by Monty and seconded by Janine to adopt the joinder to PACE trust agreement. Any further questions?
How long is the term?
3 years.
Seeing no other questions, those in favor, please vote aye.
Aye.
And those opposed? Motion carried. Go ahead and hand it to Val. He's got the documents. No, chase me down. Next item, we have declare surplus property and authorize disposal in public auction. Also out.
So school board policy DN, disposal of district property, requires the school board to declare property surplus before we can get rid of it. We have in front of you tonight 2.5, 3-page list of property that we are no longer using in the school district, and we would like to have the board declare surplus. If that happens, then we will be holding a public auction to auction off these surplus items. Again, these are items that are no longer in use in the district, and we would like to clear them out of our warehouse.
Such as the Billy Goat blower. Whatever that is.
Can't tell you. Lots of items from school nutrition and a few items from transportation.
18 cupcake baking pans.
I'm telling you, once the auction happens, you may want to head down there.
I don't see language for it. I'm trying to.
I move we declare the attached list of items surplus and authorize the display of public auction.
Second.
That one, Lisa. Motion made by Monty and seconded by Lisa to declare surplus property and authorize disposal of public auction as described in the attachment. Any further questions? Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And those opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
I noticed that, I believe that, I don't know if it matters, but Eric was out.
And then the
Sure. But she keeps records of votes, so.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Thank you. Well, I suspect it's the opportunity we've all been hanging out together tonight for. We have a final action item on our agenda, and it is to vote on whether to accept the draft language for first reading of policy GHC, student health services and requirements, or recommend further revisions. I'm going to let Adam do your introduction to this topic. Then we will take the public input on the topic. We have it in the order that it was received, and I'll go through those in that order. So I'll take it away, Adam, to start.
So at the April 5th board meeting, the board, I guess that was a work session? Work session. The board had a lot of conversation about a potential resolution that they would be voting on at some future date, probably in May, I think it was. Had lots of conversation, came out with what we think was the language that we agreed to. What you have in front of you is that language in both the form of policy JHC, which is school health service and requirements. I also included in your packet potential contract language between the district, Virginia Garcia, and Washington County. So I guess tonight we're here to see if that language was in fact what you agreed to, because as you recall, it was a little unclear when we adjourned last time. It's exactly what the language was. And then to have that resolution voted on as the final resolution that will be on the May agenda.
Thank you. So I would like to reiterate, we have lots to do still this evening. We have an hour of discussion time. As you may or may not know in the audience, our opportunity as board members to have a meaningful discussion on any of these topics is strictly limited to public meetings. I can tell you that I have not had conversations outside of our planning session about the topics, and so this is a crucial time when we as board have our only opportunity to talk together about the issues before us, and that relates to any topic, which is why we try to give plenty of opportunities over the period of the last 3 months and into the following month for input from the community. We welcome it. We're excited to have you here this evening. So we would like to hear you. I have 11 sheets from people who requested to come up. I would ask us to hold to the 3-minute timer there is on the speaker podium counter. It'll give you a 30-second warning about the end. If we could all, if you could respect those times, we are very interested in your feedback. We also are very excited about getting feedback offline. We have an extensive directory material posted to us from community members that have communicated through electronic means, and all that's being taken into consideration. So with that, I would jump into this process. Please help us respect the time, because after this we have an hour scheduled for our own discussion, which will be crucial to a good decision, and good decisions are also made on a healthy mind early time. So before midnight. Before midnight. Before 11, before something. So with that, first up, we'll have Nora Carey O'Brien, followed by Kimberly Scott, and then Nancy Kirsch, as 3 rounds.
Hi, I'm Nora Carey O'Brien at 3908 Southeast Harbor Court here in Hillsboro. I would like to speak toward the health concerns and cultural concerns regarding artificial birth control and its importance in your considerations to the language that you want to add. Just taking a look on the internet, you can find an awful lot for health concerns. One of the things that stood out, jumped out at me, was the amount of litigation against the pharmaceutical companies. Just to pick one, Bayer Pharmaceuticals, by July of 2012, had paid $402.6 million for settlements against serious injuries and deaths that were caused mainly by blood, not just mainly by this, but by blood clots to heart, led to heart attacks and strokes, by their products Yaz and Aspen, those two which are very highly marketed toward teenagers. They also were reprimanded several times for questionable advertising, as claiming their products reduced or cured acne. And litigation is ongoing with that one company, including some of their other products. These side effects are more immediate than the cancers that are linked to synthetic hormone use and are not unique to older women, but occur in very young women. On a site to help you choose your birth control, it is stated that you need to share your personal health and family history with your healthcare provider. How many 15-year-olds really know their full medical history, yet alone their family history? What other medications would we allow to be prescribed to a child without knowing why they were given and the adverse reactions and interactions that could happen? We don't want GMOs in Oregon. We don't want it in our food. We want our kids to have healthy, organic food, no growth hormones, but synthetic hormones for our daughters is okay. Hillsboro School District has made a lot of effort and sincere effort to welcome those of various backgrounds. Part of welcoming a group of people or making those already here feel welcome to the school is to build trust and respect for their cultural backgrounds, respect for the beliefs and the faiths and beliefs passed down from generation to generation. One's faith and traditions are key to their culture, giving it its uniqueness, and the variety which we have in America makes our country truly fantastic. Students should not be expected to switch beliefs on and off when entering a school building. When children are sent to school, parents should be able to trust that what they impart to their child as moral truths will not be undermined at school, whether that child is Jewish, Christian, Muslim, or of any other faith, or no faith. Moral teaching on sexuality and family is a parent's right and responsibility. We want our kids and grandchildren to have lives that are helpful, that help them flourish as human beings. We don't want the beautiful gift of sexuality to be presented as a commodity or a physical craving that needs to be satisfied. We are setting them up for failed relationships, broken hearts, exploitation, and very possible serious health concerns. Not having birth control prescribed at the Student Health Center is not depriving a student of his or her rights. The Virginia Garcia Health Clinic is in the center of Hillsboro, right on the Max line. The service is already there, and it does not need to be duplicated on the school campus. How I wish that we were here meeting and discussing ways to keep students truly connected to academic sports and through art and music. That is what our schools are really called to do and what they do well. Thank you.
I feel like that other girl earlier is like, hi, it's me again. Kimberly Scott, 363 Northeast 16th Avenue, Hillsboro, Oregon. I do oppose the school-based health center distributing contraceptives and family planning / whatever is added on to that. And what you're seeing here is pushback. I know you've spent time and given us time to make comment and to do our own research and try to get the word out, and we brought petitions and sent in a lot of questions and written articles and tried to communicate. I think that this pushback is against a dangerous open door policy which will create more risk, liability, and bad feelings for the community, individuals, the district, and all of us. If this board runs for cover and votes in favor of political correctness, it will have failed its elected responsibility to stand up for parents, taxpayers, and students of the community. There will be long-reaching consequences in many forms, and it just adds to the latest discontent, distrust, and unhappiness that many are feeling with recent policies, curriculum changes, including Common Core, including the honors classes that we saw at Echo & Co. The testing, the dwindling resources, which we always get plugs for money. I personally know 4 families whose children are getting ready to enter school, and they are running for private school, other alternatives, because of the things that they've heard. And these are contributing families, like that gentleman said it earlier, that are looking for other districts. So it is having an impact. We've come here repeatedly crying out for protection of our parental or guardians' rights, asking for protection for our girls, our students, not just girls, it's boys and girls. They have immature bodies, they have actively developing brains. I work for a psychiatrist, and he tells me, because I have teenagers, so he tells me this to comfort me, that their frontal lobe is not fully developed until they're 27 or 28 years old. Just remember that. Well, when you're putting these ideas and drugs into their system, it's going to have an effect on their minds, and along with the moral consequences. We're asking for some reasoned, mature, and yes, moral guidelines to be in place. If the school-based health center becomes a Planned Parenthood, it will be a huge breach of trust to all the people who supported the addition of this to our school's campus. And you can be sure that we will be following up and documenting what is happening there, since I don't see any way that the board or the district or how anyone is monitoring this facility. So thank you.
My name is Nancy Hirsch. I live at 2598 Northeast Nova Avenue. I'm a former public school teacher from Washington, and I presently work with children and teens through music. Why would you insert or give life-altering drugs of any kind, without parental consent? What is a public clinic doing in the school parking lot? I was there Friday and saw a man who looked about 25 waiting for his appointment. Creepy looking when juxtaposed against young girls leaving school with backpacks. In an article from NPR, neurologist Dr. Francis Jensen reports that a crucial part of the brain, the frontal lobes, are not fully connected in adolescence, supporting scientific data. So I ask you, do you think it would be a loving or practical thing to ask your 15-year-old to make a health decision for you? If not, why would you ask them to make a health decision for themselves? Not loving, not practical. We need parents whose frontal lobes are fully developed and who are most apt to love their teen more than anyone else in the world. What about low-income parents? Should those parents not have the same rights to know as the wealthy? One of my best friends, whose husband is disabled, lives on the poverty line. She said simply, only bad parents wouldn't want to be informed. She asked, why are we going to punish the good parents? Incidentally, she was sexually abused by a family member and strongly disagrees with how you've tried to hide this from parents. Which brings me to your logic as to why a female who is being sexually abused by a family member should be on the pill. That's horrifying. A pill would hide the problem and the abuse would continue. As Wayne Cliff put it, there are worse things than teenage pregnancy. It's against the law for staff not to report the abuse. That's what you should be doing. As far as you're saying that no religion should trump others' rights, there is a modern religion in America called secularism or anti-religion. This religion uses relativism to make the immoral moral. So why does this singular religion trump the rich and diverse religions represented here tonight? We have evangelicals, Methodists, Catholics, Mormons, Lutherans, mainly the Judeo-Christian faith upon which this country was founded. These religions use natural law, logic, and reason, which are believed to come from God. Tell us why in America, where freedom is supposed to reign and all religions to be protected, does a secularist religion get to make decisions that override all others? Lastly, as a mother of girls who both graduating from Glencoe, I believe your proposed policy is most dangerous to women. The pill will not protect the girls from STDs and invites teens and older men who can hang out at the public clinic to easily pressure girls and prey on them. This is not safe. This is not health. I do thank you.
I didn't get a pre-announce, Katie Matitka.
It's just the way it's spelled. Do you all have my comments?
I believe that
My name is Kathleen Kitka. I live at 946 Southeast 54th Avenue, Hillsboro. And the concern I have about this proposed policy is that it doesn't address the root cause of the problem of teen pregnancies. This policy focuses solely on fertility as the issue and offers birth control as the solution. Fertility isn't the real issue here. And I know this because we can assume most high school students are fertile, but the overwhelming majority of those students aren't pregnant. The good news is that we know what causes teen pregnancy. And I almost can't say that with a straight face. And it's not fertility. Teen sexual activity is what causes teen pregnancies. If you look at the data from the state, from the Oregon Health Association, even girls who use birth control got pregnant and then had abortions. The real issue that needs to be addressed is teen sexual activity. Since this proposed policy does nothing to address the root causes of pregnancies, the sexual behavior, it sends the message that the board doesn't really care how teens behave sexually as long as they don't get pregnant. Sexual activity is not healthy for teens. You can see in the handout that I have, I put together a very summarized list because I know you don't have a lot of time. But the one thing I want to point out is the academic. If you look at the academic, teenagers who are chaste are 60% less likely to be expelled from school, 50% less likely to drop out, and 2 times as likely to graduate from college. If you don't address the real cause, you will never get different results. Let's say I have stomach cancer and I go to the doctor and he gives me an antacid. Okay, my heartburn's gone, but will I ever get better? If you don't address the cause, you don't get different results. This policy does nothing to address the real issue, and our kids deserve better. Thank you.
well, Barbara Burr, and then after that, Joan.
Yes, I'm Barbara Burr at 7066 Northeast Rocky Brook Street in Hillsboro. It's my understanding that the school board promised that there would be no birth control and family planning at the school-based health clinic when they were brought into the Hillsboro schools a few years ago. Now the school board is deciding whether to renege on that promise. In 2005, the World Health Organization declared combined hormonal contraception a human carcinogen. Use of hormonal contraceptives is associated with increased risk of breast, cervical, and liver cancer. Hormonal birth control is the only medication designed to take a healthy, functioning system and make it dysfunctional. And condoms do nothing to protect against STDs. This is partly because a healthy woman can only get pregnant during a 6-day window each menstrual cycle, but she can contract an STD any day of the month. Also, while the risk of contracting an STD may appear low from one exposure, each additional exposure increases the risk until STD transmission becomes all but certain. And women always bear the brunt of STDs. A fundamental reason why increased access to contraception fails to reduce unintended pregnancies is a well-documented fact of human nature called risk compensation. Those who mistakenly believe or who are lied to and told outright that contraception and condoms protects them from pregnancy and STDs are more than likely to become sexually active at an earlier age and engage in riskier activity. This, of course, is one of the core components of comprehensive sexuality education. You can go to www.comprehensivesexualityeducation.org to find out just what comprehensive sexuality education is really all about. And this brings me back to the school board and the decision they are to make. What do our students get out of this? The boys, well, do they get to fill their bodies with carcinogenic chemicals? Of course not. That's for the girls. The boys, they get, well, sex without complications and the chance of STDs. The girls, they get a shot at cancer. And we know that they always bear the brunt of STDs. I just wish that the girls in Hillsboro School District, as well as school districts across the country, would wake up and realize how they are being used. Please, I ask the school board, do not do this to our children. Finally, I want to say that I do not have a child in this school district. However, I am a property owner, and as such, I pay property taxes, a large chunk which goes to the Hillsboro School District. I think about this kind of program when you come knocking on my door asking for more of my hard-earned tax dollars for your school programs. If this is what you are offering to the students, my answer is no. No, no, no. And I will do whatever I can to convince others to also vote no to the use of my tax dollars. Thank you.
Beeman, followed by Lori Porter.
It's Joan Gentleman, 320609 Northwest Mountain Road, North Plains. I am an RN and a parent of 3 children in this school district, both in junior and high school. I volunteer in the counseling center to help those students earn their half credit that Britt Nova mentioned earlier. I read Glencoe's daily announcements. I read all the emails in regards to tag, the principal messages, and even the email that got sent out about dropping AP courses. But yet, as a volunteer, a parent, and a reader, I was unaware that the Hillsboro School District was even considering the idea of offering my children contraceptives. I first called HSD and spoke with a woman who had no idea what policy I was asking for. She assumed the nurses of the school district would know what the policy read, so she transferred me there. I left a message for Denise Symes, in which I volunteer in their department here in this building. I got a phone call back, and she knew nothing of this policy. I then got back into the phone circle, got transferred to Valerie Bachman, got a return phone call, told me that the policy wording wasn't even out until Thursday of last week. I then called on Friday after spending 20 minutes navigating the HSD site trying to find it, and she directed me down to page 80. I know, Mr. Cliff, that you've made the statement that the board has made every effort to be transparent. I've also heard Mr. Scott speak to the fact that there's been communication problems between family and the board. I'm here to inform you that whatever efforts you're making, it's not getting to us. And I spoke to numerous parents in the last 4 days who know nothing about this. Whatever efforts you're making, it isn't enough. As a parent, a healthcare advocate, a volunteer, I would know nothing about this policy, except that a dear friend called me because she knew I had children in the school district. I spoke to other parents, they know nothing about this as well. I have a few comments since I have time. I read the policy. I found it interesting that I could exclude my child from vision and hearing screening, but yet I could not exclude them from getting contraceptives. Someone isn't using their head. And I also want to know at what age you're going to offer this. Is my 13-year-old going to be able to walk into the clinic? I did not see any age defined. And what does make every effort to contact a parent mean? Because if you've made every effort to contact me, you're failing. Thank you.
Roy Porter and then Lynn Harris.
I'm Lori Porter from Beaverton, Oregon. I am the Director of Parents' Rights and Education and advocate for Oregon parents and guardians around the state, and I get calls almost daily. I'd like to ask you if you would be comfortable with your daughter, your granddaughter, your niece or nephew being given a prescription and you not knowing what it is, not knowing that they got it. How about a doctor? They go to a doctor, you don't know the doctor's background, the doctor's credentials. Or how about an injection into your child and you not knowing the reactions? It could be a complication, an underlying problem that the child does not communicate. Are you comfortable with someone on the school premises injecting one of the students without parents knowing? Or how about touching a child, inserting an IUD into a child during their school day on your watch? As a teacher, I am a teacher, I've taught in the public school for over 20 years. I could not even give a student an aspirin or I would lose my job. I am extremely cautious in not touching children inappropriately, and especially making sure no strangers are roaming around or on school property. It is my job to keep the kids protected. This is the overarching underlying issue here is not a woman's right. It is not your thoughts about contraception or birth control. It's not about the poverty and the underserved or life planning, because that's really the parents' ultimate job is planning, helping their child with their life. The issue is honoring and upholding the legal rights of parents and guardians in your community. Changing your policy would be a huge disservice to these individuals and many that are not here this late at night. They have families or single parents. They don't even know about it perhaps. 3 years ago, Canby was up against just the same situation. And when it was all said and done, the school board unanimously voted against allowing contraception, birth control on campus. Here are copies of your own school district policy. It took me about 15 minutes to look at school board policy that upholds the rights of parents and getting in touch with parents and keeping kids safe on campus. It's all, I mean, there's a ton of them. Your policies support the rights of parents to be in charge of their children. Concrete policies that uphold the legal authority of parents. Distributing contraception, birth control on school property is not what you were hired or elected to do. To allow this on your watch usurps the legal rights of parents such as these and endangers perhaps the students that have been entrusted to you. Thank you.
Lynn Harris, then Rose Scott.
Good evening, my name is Lynn Harris, 756 Northeast 3rd Avenue, Hillsboro. I'm a retired teacher of 10 years, a retired mother of 6 children, an active grandmother of 13 children, and gee, I can't remember, oh yes, and an active taxpayer. I would like to retire from that one. At the Hillsboro School District Board meeting on Tuesday, April 5th, I was extremely impressed with Chairman Wayne Cliff's commission at the beginning of the meeting to the school board members to carefully listen to one another regarding the school-based health clinic at Century High School, so that the board could reach a compromise that each member could legitimately support. I was also impressed with his own personal take on the matter at hand. Again, an obviously well thought out statement. In light of his having worked with his 7th grade daughter, she worked on her middle school sex education course, in which words like maturity, commitment, abstinence, and responsibility were stressed. He wondered why, on the high school level, the powers that be would be sending a mixed message to the students about sexual restraint and parental authority. My example here, even though stealing is wrong, we know you might be tempted to steal a candy bar because everyone likes candy. So let me tell you some ways to do it safely, so you won't be caught and perhaps have to suffer the consequence of a bad choice. Before the April 5th meeting adjourned, I did have to leave, but I left confident that Chairman Cliff had certainly raised some valuable points as to why the Hillsboro High School District should make a decision in the best interest of the students and parents. Apparently, the original compromise that evening was to allow the Virginia Garcia Memorial Clinic to prescribe birth control pills only with the consent of the parents, which was one of the major concerns of some of the board members. This original compromise, however, by the end of the evening, after I'd left, morphed into a policy that would allow the Virginia Garcia Memorial Clinic, to dispense or prescribe all manner of contraceptive drugs and devices with the understanding that the clinic would try to contact the parents. In this day and age, one wonders what the definition of try is. There are many valid reasons to object to any of these contraceptives on medical grounds. But to dispense or prescribe them without the requirement of parental knowledge is morally wrong and ethically wrong and possibly legally wrong. My final comment. It seems to me that the compromise reached by the Hillsboro School District Board at the end of the April 5th meeting is less than fair and balanced. My hope is that the school board will be more firm about and respectful of parental rights. Thank you.
Christensen.
My name is Elizabeth Christensen. I live at 20708 Northwest Quail Hollow Drive, unincorporated Washington County, that's Hillsboro School District. I am here to encourage you to do what you've already agreed to do. Already in the approved language of this policy, the district promotes abstinence as the safest, most effective method of protection from pregnancy. We should be promoting abstinence, not contraceptives. The Oregon State Statute 336.465 requires that the district notify parents of any instruction on human sexuality or human immunodeficiency virus and give them, the parents, the opportunity to review instructional materials. I have received that opportunity for health classes. That should extend to a health center. We need to be able to approve any information, education given to our children about sexuality and contraceptives. You can see some of the rest of what's going on there. I know that our time is short. I think that you've heard very effectively from the underserved population when you have the Chicas Youth Development Group positively addressing girls in a way not to bandage the problem, but to give them other alternatives. And, as has been already noted, Superintendent Scott has recognized the communication problem. Don't repeat the problem by not communicating with your parents about what you're doing with their children. Thank you.
We have Tammy Albertine, and if there are any others that thought they had a paper up here and were planning to speak, I don't have any other papers. So.
My name is Tammy Albertine, and I live in Southeast Hillsboro. My two sons have attended Century High School, and my 13-year-old daughter wants to attend Century like her brothers. But if I entrust her to Century for her education, I may also have to worry that she may be excused from her class one day, walk over to the clinic, and without my knowledge or consent, be given a pill, or worse, have birth control drugs or devices injected or inserted into her body. My right to expect that my child will be safe at school will be trampled. Hormonal contraception is not the answer. It just leads to a host of other problems. It thwarts a healthy woman's natural body functions and has many possible negative and serious side effects, including breast cancer, as you heard before. Furthermore, it does not protect against STDs, as you heard before. What boy is going to use a condom when his girl is on the pill? Use of contraception promotes a selfish attitude in males. When a man is not encouraged to respect and protect women and is not held accountable for his actions, the woman becomes a mere instrument of selfish enjoyment and no longer his respected and beloved companion. One young father remarked after his wife's tubal ligation, "The factory is closed, and now she's a playground." Is this an attitude you want the Hillsboro School District to promote in our young men? Here's a true example. An academically gifted girl was pressured by her boyfriend during high school to engage in sexual relations, and so began using the pill. They married in spite of signs that this relationship was not healthy. After they divorced, she suffered from breast cancer, which she, now a single mom, had to face alone. Considering the risk to our children's health, safety, and well-being, do you, the school board, want the burden of knowing that you may be contributing to potentially life-altering and painful consequences? It is a known fact that being sexually active leads to psychological bonding between partners. Many young people who have bought into the lie of hookup culture may become depressed when there's a breakup, may wind up feeling used, abused, unlovable, unable to trust the opposite sex, and even suicidal. The Hillsboro School District should be partnering with parents to prevent such tragedy. Is the Hillsboro School District doing enough to promote healthy choices and high ideals, such as abstinence, purity, chastity, respect, and chivalry? How can we empower girls to demand the respect they deserve from their male friends? Students have access to birth control from off-campus sources already. It is your job as a school board to protect the safety of all students while on campus. I'm asking that you not allow contraceptives to be dispensed on school property.
Thank you very much. We appreciate the opportunity for the public input and listen attentively, and appreciate your time. Is there anyone else who had intended to speak? That being said, we will agenda. So as outlined in the communication that went out earlier on how to carry this discussion, as you all are aware, public may be aware, there's been several opportunities for board discussion on this. Most recently, we spent 3.5 hours, an unprecedented amount of discussion time in our last work meeting, after having had an hour of public input on that topic. And at the end of that 3.5 hours, as was stated, was my goal to encourage all the board members to put their personal opinions on hold while they listen carefully to each other, and as we jointly considered all the ramifications. And as a result of that, we worked through various ideas that would be possible that, to deploy for wording. That late hour, we were not able to craft specific language, but the point of that discussion was to give direction based on some limited information and discussion, what the interpretation of those discussions would turn out in contract language and in policy. The policy language and contract language was delivered to us, along with answers to a long series of questions that board members had submitted regarding that information. That leads us to our public input session now, and tonight reviewing the result of that discussion and being the discussion what it was and how long we spent on it, and the limited information. I have confidence that each of us developed sets of questions about what the interpretation, how the interpretations translated into the reality of the contract, things that we didn't talk about in the meeting that translated into what would be allowed in the policy. Myself, as well, have misgivings over the resulting interpretation from our discussion, and I felt certain that there would be interest in board members for expressing their opinion again and coming together ultimately this evening to set forward a set of language or modified language to go on 30-day read for final vote next month. That's how method is going. We're not going to spend another 3.5 hours talking about this. We certainly could, and they're very passionate beliefs. And so the process designated by our working agreements and by Robert's rules suggests that now we will, after the extensive conversation we've already had, we will each take an allotted 3 minutes for a first statement. I would request in that statement that you express either your support for the recommended language or what modification you would make to it to allow you to agree with it. I think it's important in the first around the 3 minutes that we understand everybody's position, not only on it, but what space we're in terms of what a recommendation would be from each of you to make appropriate corrections.
Following each of our three turns, or each of our turns at 3-minute discussion, we would then repeat that process for a second round of opinions or statement to make, hopefully regarding the ideas that have been expressed, and using that second period of discussion time to help us navigate toward a wording that would allow us to make a motion at the end of that time for support or modification of the items. Is that clear? Is that fair? Is everyone going to be here for the next hour?
36 more minutes. Should we go?
Can we, if you'll permit us, we've all been sitting, everyone, I appreciate you have been sitting as well. Let us clear our heads. We're going to take a 5-minute recess. Just stretch, break, and we'll return for the discussion. Don't go away. With that, it's going to be hard for us to have this conversation, and where you agree or disagree, please refrain from clapping or extra thing. It can be hard to focus. Also, just help us have this conversation now to internalize what we've got to do. Had a request to actually state what the policy under discussion is. I'm not going to read the whole thing. It's just
It's the last two paragraphs of the shades.
So this is within a larger policy discussing various things on student health services and requirements. Bottom paragraph states thus: this being the interpreted wording from a direction the board gave to try to figure out what we were meaning, and this is the wording that is from that discussion. School-based health clinics will provide health services in accordance with Oregon laws and best medical practices. School-based health providers shall observe the district's health curriculum and the high school learning targets in sexual health and prevention and control of disease, which are aligned with the Oregon state standards in health education. The district promotes abstinence as the safest, most effective method of protection from HPV, STD, HIV, hepatitis B and C, and pregnancy. School-based health providers may also provide accurate and balanced information, resources, and services associated with any contraceptive or disease reduction method, including prescribing contraceptive products and explaining their proper use and effectiveness as described below. The school-based health providers may prescribe and or administer hormonal contraceptives limited to oral, transdermal patch, and injectable after making best effort to involve and notify the student's parent or guardian in advance. School-based health providers may prescribe and or administer other contraceptives only after notifying the student's parent or guardian in advance. That is the crux of the language around discussion this evening. With that, I don't have a planned order, except that I think that I will start with Eric and proceed this way, and then Monty and proceed that way for first round of discussion. And I don't know, do I need to time us?
Yes.
Do you want me to try to figure this out, or shall I just time us with the beeper? Actually, I'm going to use the running timer.
At least you don't have to state your address for the record.
I'm on the.
Okay, Eric.
All right, so I want to start by clarifying something that came up in a couple of the comments here, and that is, what's the meaning of this best effort to involve thing? Well, that actually came up at the work session, and it was explicitly stated at the work session that this best effort concept is something that's legally ambiguous and therefore unenforceable, and thus the best effort is essentially the same thing as having no requirement at all for parental notification. So that's what that language means in effect, even though it sounds like a nice compromise. I think that's important to recognize. For that reason, I don't think it should be there at all. And Wayne asked for what amendment we would recommend to this policy. What I would do is I would strike that third paragraph altogether, the one that says the best effort, And in the last paragraph, just say, school-based health providers may prescribe and or administer contraceptives only after notifying the student's parent or guardian in advance. Just removing the word other there. Now, since I still have some of my 3 minutes left, I think, I just want to mention one other argument about this that a constituent brought to me between meetings that I think is important and wasn't brought up. And that is that, a lot of people say, oh, we need to provide these contraceptives in order to give our teenage girls more choices. Well, in a way, this could be taking away choices. So think about a teenage girl who's shy and very susceptible to peer pressure and is being pressured by her boyfriend to have sex. Right now, she might say, oh, well, I can't go on birth control and start having sex because my parents would be upset. So what happens if her boyfriend responds to that with, oh, you know what? You can get on birth control during school hours on school grounds without your parents ever knowing. It'll take away that girl's ability to object to sex on those grounds. And in that way, I think this proposed policy is taking choices away from our teenage girls. And I think that's a really important consideration.
Still have a minute and a half.
Great job. That's what I have to say for the first one.
Thank you.
For the first. My turn then?
Yes.
So the one place where I saw my interpretation was different was in the 4th paragraph. And I don't know if notify, my understanding was parent permission. And so I think that might be a stronger word than notify. And that was for, in the 4th paragraph, it talks about the items that could be prescribed that we did not want to do without what I was remembering was this limited window, and then for everything else, it was really parent permission. And so I just want to make sure that I would want to clarify permission versus notify. I still am of the belief that I would like to find a compromise place, and so I'm interested in hearing what other folks have for amendments today. Initially, I did not think this was a place where there could be compromise, and I appreciated Wayne's leadership to see if there was a place. I am thinking about not only the families who've been here to speak with us and the families who have sent us letters and the students who've reached out to us. I'm trying to keep all those perspectives in mind. And I'm honestly not concerned about the family, of the students, of the parents who are here tonight, because I know that they're engaged parents who are guiding their children along the way. Unfortunately, in my volunteer life, working with teenagers, that's not always the case. And so for me, then I land to that legal place. What is the law that serves students at what age that they're allowed to be served? And so I'm hoping there's still a place for compromise when we take that into consideration. That's it.
Cleverly figured this out.
I wanted to first say that I appreciate this discussion. As one parent pointed out, that this discussion wasn't even on the table. We didn't talk about this when the clinic was open. So to be able to have this conversation amongst board members and have the input from community, which is completely overwhelming, not only here tonight, which I thank you all for coming tonight, but also the letters that we have received. I think that, as Kim, I want to reiterate what Kim said, I'm not concerned about the parents and the community members that are in this room with your students, because I think first and foremost, you have discussion, you discuss your values within your home, and you have more continued discussion. And your students know their role and know their values and know what you share as a family. And the HSD role in this part is we are basically a facility. We take care of the janitorial service. We provided the grounds in which the clinic takes place. The medical facility runs the medical clinic. And it is just as any clinic that you would go to, any doctor that you would see. They adhere and follow any rules and regulations and laws that are in place for those medical clinics. Our clinic is specifically for birth to 20 years. I believe they have to be a HSD student in that, and a proven HSD student. And I also wanted to mention, as Kim said, I'm really concerned more about the underserved population. And I do
I thought it was a very thoughtful conversation. I too appreciate Wayne's leadership in this. Really looking at all perspectives, listening to all perspectives, knowing what our personal, feelings are. It's hard. It's hard to do. But I appreciate the process, and I appreciate what we came to as far as looking at the legal part of it, and what we came to in that long discussion, and was hopeful that we could move forward with supporting that language.
You want to do yours or you
I'm going to go to one.
I voted against this language in our April 5th meeting. I think it ought to be an up or down vote. The language that we had at that April 5th meeting, either for or against, is what I was in favor of. So that's where I stand as far as that's concerned. I'd like to see us either put it in, as Virginia Garcia wants it in similar to the way they have their other contracts, or not in anywhere. It's either yes or no. I mean, it's not a compromise here that describes who knows what. I mean, what are we leaving out here is what my concern is.
All right, it's my turn now too. All right, so I don't have a lot more to say that I didn't say already since our meeting on April 5th, except for since that time, based on facts from the Oregon Health Authority, we had 9 high school girls in our system become pregnant. We would have had about 2.5 of them drop out, and 8 of them would have had abortions. More than 3/4 of them would have been using no contraceptives whatsoever. And that's just in the 3 weeks since we last had our meeting. I will vote for this policy, grudgingly, though, as you all know, I don't think that it does enough at all to help make sure that all of our students have the opportunity to be successful. And if you look at facts, there's really no way that you can disagree. And then the last thing, I am a parent, I do have a daughter, and so I really do empathize and agree with the argument about parents' rights and being able to control what health decisions your child makes, and that is something that I struggled with a lot. It's something that I've talked to a lot of friends on, something I've prayed about. It's something that's been really difficult for me to overcome in supporting something like this. But one thing that I keep coming back to is that we live in the state of Oregon, and the state of Oregon has its own laws which dictate what we can say parents can control with healthcare. It's not something the school district or the school board can decide. So I hope that folks understand that when they try to hold us accountable. We're not the ones who wrote that law. And if you don't like the laws dictating who can consent to their own healthcare, then the place to go is Salem, not here.
You guys are short talkers.
Yay.
What? Let me get you
We
going.
talked a lot about us.
3.5 hours, where's it at?
Okay, so first off, thank you all for coming to express your opinions to us. It really does mean a lot. I do want to echo a little bit of what Lisa just said about the state of Oregon. You know, we heard a lot tonight about folks being unhappy with their rights as parents being infringed. I agree with you. The state of Oregon explicitly took away that right from you. We didn't do that, they did, okay? But I'm also very sympathetic to you. I think that our business is education, and in that light, I have no problem personally with a person going to the clinic and getting proper education that's in line with the curriculum that we have. I'm personally uncomfortable with beyond that when you don't get the parents involved in the loop. Okay, so I'm completely on your side in that regard. My intent before, when I brought this out, was to basically put in place the thing that the state of Oregon explicitly grants a 15-year-old the right to go in the hospital, to sign for it, to have an abortion, to get any kind of drugs that they want for this sort of thing without you even knowing about it. That is the law. That's almost a direct quote. The next piece of the law actually says that the healthcare provider can actually tell you about it. They don't have to, but they can do it without the permission of the kid. So that was my proposal going into this, that I wanted them to tell you, because I want you to be fully informed about what goes on in your kids' lives. There always are little exceptions here and there where folks say this can't happen, so that's where I compromised with the best efforts language. But I also agree with you that it isn't enough to just say best efforts. It has to be a case where, this has to be independent of the student. It has to be in advance. I'm also of a mind that when we talk about consequences, there are things that are easily reversible and things that are not. You get a prescription for contraceptives, or you take it one time, you can stop that as a parent. You get a patch, you can take it off. You get an injection, that's harder to do. If something inserted, that's same thing. So I don't like that part of the language, and I have to think about what I'm going to propose as a difference. I've said it before, I don't like this clinic. I think they do good work, but I wish they weren't on our school grounds, because this is not something that I really want to deal with. Sorry guys. So I struggle where the line is between the legal, the moral, and the ethical. So I apologize for being a little bit confused. I'm generally sympathetic to your point of view. I'm hopeful that we can come to some agreement that we can all kind of act on at this point. But in my mind, parents have to be involved. So that's my first round comment, and I'll think about how to change it.
Surprisingly, I have a little button here myself.
Maybe accumulate all ours that we left.
He's adding 8 minutes to his head.
I've also noticed this from a technology standpoint, that a lot of people's screens are blinking in a way that...
It's saying, it's late, hurry up and talk.
So, I've also endlessly had this conversation in my head for 3 months now. I have actively tried to stimulate conversation, tried to get people, you all, to listen to each other, to knowing the diverse background and the diverse perspectives that we all have. I get to talk about my own personal opinions and how I came away from, I probably should start with
I was just gonna say.
get to my train of thought. So the Virginia Garcia came to us with a request in January, February to request additional services, primarily arguing the loss of Washington County services that provided equivalent services that they were able to refer students to and have ability to do. So just from covering new ground, I was reading the paper the other morning and covering the lawn ads and flipping over the back page, and came to the advertisement for a neighborhood health center. Have questions about health and sexuality? We have answers. Need birth control? Want protection? We can help. We offer low or no cost birth control options. We respect your privacy. Hillsboro Clinic, Hillsboro 266 Main. And there's the logo of Washington County overlaid on it as well. So I was curious, what did I do? I called them and I spoke with the lady at the desk. She forwarded me to their administrative services, who talked about the recently opened family health center clinic targeting youth specifically that had recently opened up. Their time frame, she said, was September. She also indicated that the neighborhood health center is also set to open a teen clinic in Hillsboro within the coming week or two. This is a quick conversation. I haven't triple checked it, but I have every reason to believe that among Virginia Garcia's concerns of not being able to refer students to adequate services outside the health center that they operate on our property, that is either incorrect, changing, and now they have that ability. So that new information I put out there for what it's worth. Second, I described my concerns over this before, and I want to reiterate when it comes down to it, I could argue many points that have come up, or I can agree and take positions on many of the things that were topics that were raised. The point that resonates with me, with this body, being in this responsibility and role, is that of being educationally honest and educationally honest with ourselves in presenting a common view to our students as to what our position is on topics. It has been quoted in the feedback that we, and is explicitly listed in our policy, that we list an emphasis on abstinence as the only 100% effective method, and sponsoring health center that provides that education is something that is well within our jurisdiction to provide the health services. My 3 minutes is up. I will conclude my thoughts in my next round. With that,
Did you say you were in favor? Just going by.
I will be honest. Given the architect, being the architect of that conversation, and working my best to come up with a compromise that we could live with, and then coming out with the consequences that were laid out, including portions of the discussion that were never covered with regard to distributing not only content for women, but also being in the ability to distribute condoms to boys. Even after a discussion, a medical meeting, they would, under the condition that my or other people's candy jar comments were taken too literally. Obviously, no one wants it sitting by the door, but I also included in that the thought that there is no need for us to ever be distributing condoms on campus. They are widely available. With my original intention as a compromise, my original offer, and it will still stand as virtually the only thing I can support, would be in the interest of giving both male and female students the ability to advocate for themselves, the ability to, in addition to the training, I was willing to allow the prescription of oral contraceptives by the facility without distribution, and furthermore without distribution of any other form of content. That is what I find myself in a compromise position, or in a position willing to compromise to provide for the access to both boys and girls to some rudimentary form of pregnancy protection, although I firmly believe it doesn't prevent pregnancy nor transmission of diseases. To the extent that there are students without access to parental guidance and others, that would be my proposal, to go no farther than to allow the prescription of oral contraceptives beyond full training. That would be my proposal to fix this in an effort to reach a compromise that all would be willing to join. I find myself in a difficult position because I would be willing to vote for that with wide support. If everyone else chooses to vote their conscience, then my conscience would be to truly, the position I feel most strongly is to not allow any of those services to be provided, effective status quo on the ability to provide training and teaching, counseling of students on site, but offer no further services. That is what I would vote for personally. With that, thank you for the extended period to explain myself. I would return. Is there a preferred order? I don't want to. Eric.
Okay, so I probably am joining others on the board and saying I have no idea what you just said. Are you saying you support the language as written here, or
I do not support the language as written. The only language I could support would be one that would allow only the prescription, but not distribution. The prescription of oral contraceptives, but no distribution whatsoever, or any other services.
Can I just clarify a question?
Yeah, and then
Well, I just clarifying question. So in that regard, it would be someone could write a prescription for an oral contraceptive or write a prescription for a transdermal patch, and that would be all?
I'm not going down that path. I play the games. If you ask me personally, the motion I would make, it would be strictly for oral contraceptives.
That's what I wanted to clarify.
And are you saying you have no position on the parental notification aspect?
I like you, I think that it's hollow language that means nothing.
Right, so anyway, so I guess I'll start my response here. So again, I want to go back to what I suggested at the beginning of this conversation, which is that I think we should strike the third paragraph and keep the school-based health providers may prescribe and or administer contraceptives only after notifying the student's parent or guardian in advance. That's a simple, clear policy that would state that they can do all this stuff, so that they claim there's this need in the community, we'll supply that need in the community, but we're always going to have a parent or guardian notified, right? And that seems to me like the compromise that should be acceptable to everyone here. I'm kind of surprised that the liberals on the board are so adamant against any form of parental notification. So I could live with having these services, but with parental notification. That's the compromise I could live with. Other than that, I would say, don't.
No, I'm sorry. At this point, we've
Clarify.
we've been honestly, we've been really working to have a conversation and provide all that. This is our opportunity to talk, and it's limited at best.
Yeah.
So we need to hear each other.
So in the interest of coming towards a final proposal, that's what I would propose. Should I actually move that, or should we go to everybody before any?
We have we'll take motions after the second.
I think I could live with the compromise around limiting to only writing oral prescriptions, and that having parent involvement for all others. And again, because I think I continue to be concerned that we only worry about young women having sex. And so I do believe that oral contraceptive does help a student who is seeking a prescription for other reasons that help them stay in school but don't have to do with sex. And so in that third paragraph, hormonal contraceptives being limited to writing an oral prescription that is filled off-site, and that any other forms the doctor fills after meeting with the patient would have to either involve a parent, or now that there's a teen clinic reopening, I would hope that they could counsel to where there's services available should there be a circumstance where a parent would not be involved.
I want to touch on a couple things. First of all, I think Glenn kind of touched on this, and Lisa. It is actually, it's unlawful for us to require parental notification in each of these areas in medical decisions for age-appropriate students, I think 15 and above. So for us to require that in a policy is us being going against the will of the law. Again, I want to talk about it's affordable, accessible health care, and this is a medical facility. And I did go with, when we had this discussion, this lengthy conversation, there was compromise in place there, and I really thought we came to a place where we had agreement, and I'm going to stick with my with the policy as written, and as we stated and had discussion on, I'm very concerned about this notion of parental notification. And as we talked about in our lengthy discussion before and whatnot, is that while I very much appreciate everyone's role as a parent, we have to understand that every family does not look the same. Every family does not operate the same. So we need to make sure that that is taken into consideration when you're talking about that, aside from the lawful part of it. And I thought that there was just discussion on prescribing versus dispensing, and I was in support of moving it to prescribing, just as clinic situations they can go to. But again, I'm going to go back to my affordable, accessible healthcare because our concern should be about the welfare of all students and making sure that they have a relationship with doctors and nurses, and when you have that discussion within your family, the role of the family and whatnot. So again, I want to make sure that we don't always consider think about what that one family is represented, so.
Monty.
As far, I guess I'm concerned about what's Virginia Garcia's professionals want in the policy, because as far as I know, they don't administer contraceptives at any of their clinics. They prescribe, but they don't administer.
You asking that question?
Yeah.
My understanding would be that they prescribe. They prescribe.
Administer.
Pharmaceuticals that are required to be delivered by a pharmacy, but they would conduct services related to distribution of condoms, related to insertion of IUDs, injections of.
I don't think they currently do at the other health centers.
I believe they indicated they do various of those in Beaverton. They don't have a pharmacy that delivers prescriptions that you walk away with, but they perform services in that.
Well, I met with both the doctor and the manager out there, and they said they don't administer.
Who, here?
They would not administer at our Century High School.
That is the current status.
Right. Well, and they wouldn't under the new, what they would like to see.
The new language explicitly, we're
going back and forth.
That is not what the feedback we got in our packets stated.
That they wanted to administer?
That they would be allowed to do so.
No, I don't recall.
So, Lisa.
Okay. So I don't think, no, let me first, okay. So there's a difference, and I think we forget that difference, we confuse ourselves sometimes between parental consent and parental notification. There's a difference. I mean, someone who mentioned their comments before, only happened to you, Wayne, of course, but someone else said, and I think we're just confused. So we cannot legally require consent to a person who's of age to consent to their own health care 15, but we can, in our policy, the attorney said, require notification. So those are two different things, and we got to keep that in mind. I guess I'm the liberal that somebody else was talking about, Wayne, because I don't like teenagers having abortions, and that's super liberal and crazy, I know. But I don't think that parental notification is a compromise when we know that it acts as a barrier for access, and we know that without access, there are going to be students, like there are every single year, who have sex and get pregnant and have abortions. So we have 156 pregnancies in our school district a year. Let me remind you, 42 of our girls drop out, the vast majority of whom are pregnant. Based on the data, and we should have more, we're doing a great job, 77% of them have no contraceptives whatsoever, and 135 of those girls get abortions. So that's why I'm not a fan of parental notification, and anything that obstructs access to preventing those pregnancies and abortions is absolutely not a compromise. That's all.
What?
All right, so, excuse me, so a couple extra thoughts here. So part of my proposal before also was based on my belief that we, basically, if we tried to control the behavior of the clinic, it would, with contract language, would be unenforceable. But, you know, our lawyer has made it clear that we actually can control what they do and don't do in this clinic. So I'm going to give that one up. I thought we couldn't, but I'll go with his advice that yes, we can. So from that standpoint, we are perfectly within our legal rights to actually require a notification. All right. As far as pregnancy rates go, I quoted a study which pretty widely regarded, the group that did it, saying that Oregon is at a 30-year low of pregnancy rates for teens and dropping. That's without us prescribing. The next thing I want to point out is that there is a pharmacy and a 7-Eleven and all these things within walking distance of the school that any one of these students can just walk to right after school or whatever and get a condom. They can also get the emergency morning after pill as well. Those are right on the shelf. There are no strings attached to getting those things. There's no control by the pharmacy, nothing. I verified that with the pharmacy manager at one of the Walgreens around here. So there is access. I don't see evidence that our non-prescribing basically is making the problem worse. I grant you that it's a bad thing when a student becomes pregnant. It's a terrible thing when they go through and have the abortion. They will remember that, I think, the rest of their lives. And that's not a good outcome for kids. But, I do liken it to other behaviors that parents try to control. We try to stop them from drinking. We try to stop them from smoking. It isn't a compromised position there with parents where, okay, well, we're going to let the school let them have the alcohol because, we can't stop them, right? I mean, so it's the same thing with this. It is, we need to teach the right thing and send the right message. And so I'm coming to the point where actually, I prefer kind of the status quo right now and say that if I'm just going to vote no for everything and then the policy is what the policy is and they're not going to prescribe because that's currently what they have. But I would prefer a language in there that says that they do have the ability to prescribe, not distribute or anything like that, but only after a parent is in the loop. And that's really what I want is the parents to be able to have that say so. Because our lawyer says we can do that. But I'm willing to acknowledge there's some wiggle room for those parents or for those kids who just can't do that. I don't know what wiggle room, honestly, that is required because mandatory reporting and whatnot, if there's abusive behaviors going on anyway. So, I'm tending towards, basically just scuttling the whole thing at this point because I don't see us actually coming to a compromise, unfortunately. So, I'm sorry.
One last shot at this then.
Can we ask questions?
How about you give me my 2 minutes?
Sorry.
Forget about you. No problem.
You used 8 last time.
I did, and to be fair, explain that. I appreciate the situations. Particularly, I appreciate that oral contraceptives have more than one purpose, and we have focused a lot on kids having sex, and there are other reasons for various medications that are medically appropriate, delivered by doctors, caring connection to their patients, and living within a state that limits them in certain ways in how they can express their judgment in providing services. I also feel for our district position of maintaining our own educational integrity. We know, all of us in this room know, that the best outcome for all students will be achieved by abstinence from sexual activity until they're grown and more emotionally prepared for the decisions involved. That's indisputably the best outcome, and we would love that for all of our students. That is our primary training. After all is said and done, in our sexual education classes, teaching about the risks and dangers, the final chapter and the theme along the way is your only safest 100% effective method is abstinence from these activities that put you at risk. And at some point, to support our own educational integrity, we need to stand behind what we teach, and to, as board members, as community, to stand behind that and tell the students that we're not enablers of bad behavior. We've trained you. We know that you will make decisions, and the best that we can offer is the sincere training that will allow you to make the best, most informed decision possible. Recognizing the exception cases and alternate uses for certain things, I've been willing to go up from our current, I'll call it status quo, of providing only training and no additional services or prescriptions. I would propose the action that I would propose is to, from that baseline, offer in addition to those training and services and counseling, only the opportunity to prescribe oral contraceptives to students without any further actions. That seems like the most we can do from an educational system to provide the best for our students. They are not at a lack for other facilities. There are new facilities popping up. They have opportunities. They have ability to access education offline. And 3/4 of the students that attend Century are coming from other sites. And so the locality of the site on Century is not a determining factor for the vast majority of the students attending, and they have access to other locations, new and coming online, for which these systems are excited to serve the community and moving in and increasing their services. With that, I don't think it's our core mission to delve into this. We are an education organization, and I would prefer that we, with respect to this topic, constrain our activities to counseling of our students in the best educational line possible. Those are the end of my thoughts. With that,
Clarifying questions?
we have clarifying questions. Please.
I think Monty said he had more.
Monty.
Are we in agreement on the first two paragraphs?
I doubt it.
That makes sense.
I don't even know which first two paragraphs you're talking about, but...
The two highlighted paragraphs.
Thank you.
I believe those are the current practice.
So the current practice involves the first paragraph, accurate and balanced information, resources, and services associated with contraceptive including prescribing contraceptive. No. So the second paragraph explicitly diverges from what we're talking about. School-based health providers may also provide accurate and balanced information, resources.
No, he doesn't mean those ones. He means the two above that.
Which two are you talking about?
The top two highlighted paragraphs.
There's four highlighted.
I was reading the second of the two.
So you're not in agreement with that? Accurate.
The last half of this.
The last half of it says, and I'll quote, school-based health providers may also provide accurate and balanced information. Yes, I agree with that. Resources, I'm not sure what that word means. Services definitely is the direction that I am saying diverges from what we currently do. Services associated with any contraceptive or disease reduction method, including prescribing contraceptive products and explaining their proper use and effectiveness. I would agree with all of the providing accurate, balanced information, even to and including descriptions and explaining the proper use and effectiveness of all of the content. I would not agree with the rest of the paragraph indicating delivery of resources or services associated with that.
So if we struck that, you would be in agreement
with that paragraph?
Yeah.
If the paragraph contains just training and effective training and proper use of and the implications of, yes.
One more clarifying question.
Yes.
That was my understanding when we met the doctor the first time, was that she did explain all the services and the effectiveness and proper use. She just did not prescribe
Correct.
that.
In fact, my description,
Yeah, okay.
and I tried to make that clear, our current practice today is that we provide full counseling on all the methods available in the world, explaining the consequences, risks, etc. We do today train, and I would propose we continue as an educational institution to provide that training.
Thank you.
My clarifying question
Yes.
is probably to Adam. So I think a parent or community member mentioned about oversight. So who has direct oversight of the clinic on an ongoing basis?
Virginia Garcia.
No, I'm sorry, I
They're the
guess
medical
as far as, pardon?
They're the medical sponsor.
On the HSD side of it, do we have an ongoing or?
We have an advisory committee that meets quarterly.
Okay.
That includes Virginia Garcia staff, district staff, school board members. What else is on there? School staff, Century High School staff. I'm on it.
Continued clarifying question then. The general topics of that advisory committee include monitoring routine procedures.
We get, this year, what we've heard primarily is reports from students on the activities that they're involved in with the school-based health center. They have safe,
Self-harm.
what?
They had a presentation on self-harm.
Right, they do
They're
some
doing one tomorrow.
presentations. The staff will talk about the services that they've offered in terms of mental health, primary care, dental services that they've offered. Vaccines, if they're doing the immunizations, those kinds of things. So we don't get into the day-to-day policy for the most part because we have a contract with Virginia Garcia that says so.
So maybe just, I think what Janine might have been getting at is, so is there someone in our school district who is responsible for doing something if we think that the health center is violating the contract with the district?
I manage the contract.
So that would be your responsibility.
But generally speaking, the content of those meetings would not lead you to those. Correct.
And then my additional comment too is I want to say that how this all came about and when this came about was a request from the school-based health center. They have had requests from the community as far as a lack of accessibility. You are right, there is a Walgreens. It's very accessible for most male students to access at an affordable and accessible price. But that is not an affordable situation for a female who has various reasons for taking that prescribed prescription. But I do think that this is something to say that the clinic itself came forward because we had mostly on a regular basis teen moms from the program and their parents and even grandparents that came from the program requesting this.
Any other further clarifying questions?
I just had a brief comment.
Mine's a question. You go first.
Right, just a quick response. Last time I checked, the condoms were not exclusively or meant to buy. Anyone can buy a condom. Whether they will or not, that's a different story.
I'm not going to go into the actual.
But you specifically said for the boys and said the girls couldn't afford it. That's not true.
I think she meant couldn't afford the oral contraceptive.
And yeah, they couldn't. And I'm not going to go into a health lesson with you about who that is for. So.
So I'm trying to piece together some of the things that you were saying, and I'm trying to look at what we've got and what you were talking about. So when you're saying that what you would feel most comfortable voting for is something that removes the final highlighted paragraph there completely, and the second to last highlighted paragraph just says limited to oral contraceptives and takes out the rest that we've listed there. Is that what you were saying, that you would feel comfortable supporting to make those changes, or were you saying something different?
Comfort and willing.
Okay, well, take your description.
My statement would be certainly to remove the fourth paragraph, and if we redefine the second paragraph to include only teaching and training, Then the only further statement beyond what I consider the status quo behavior would be to allow the clinic to, after proper doctor connection, through the standard doctor process, to allow the prescription, but not distribution of oral contraceptives, and no other services. If that were to have wide support, I would support that.
With or without notification?
I was not going to try to push the notification because I don't know. It's a complication. It seems empty unless it's required, and unless, I don't know, hard to wrap my head about what notification can mean or do. If that is added, I don't object to it. I have more concerns over. It raises the whole set of questions that everyone have asked about how that is actually defined. I wouldn't go with best effort. I think I want to have dots on independent notification requirements versus anything that went through the student. And it could be required notification. I would certainly be happy with that. I would also be happy with providing only education. You're asking me what I'm happy with. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, in my way of thinking, I do think best efforts did work independent of the student. I also feel that you can lay out things like a phone call or an email with a response that basically says they got it, right? So anything that proves that they really did do their best. At some point, you do have to trust that the doctor is going to honor their word and their commitment as a professional. So I think that if we tell them and they agree to do it, then they're going to try to do it. I'll give them that much as professionals who spent a lot of years learning and ethics that they have to go with. I think that I like that part in there as the step beyond what you were saying, because I think parents do have a right to know. They should know, about this stuff, and they should have a right to go, that's not right for my family. Even though the law explicitly writes their role out of this, I don't think we should encourage them being an enabler. But I do think that as far as access goes, I think it's appropriate if a family wants to take advantage of this, then I'm fine with it. But I want the parents to know, the best efforts to know. With that wiggle room that it was just not possible for whatever reason which I can't comprehend at this point. So that was my intent with best efforts. Maybe best efforts wasn't the right wording, but
whatever required.
Okay, I'm happy with required. But I guess I'm willing to say, I don't know how to wordsmith it, that there's that 1% chance that that's not going to work.
That's why we have the,
Please.
that's why we have the, it says on number 3, my guess people for that special, I didn't even push that, but I'll just go. That's why we had the 4th paragraph last time. That's why we separated it, right? So we said, okay, after making the best effort, you can do this initial step that we're talking about. But then we said, if you're going to do anything beyond that, then we're going to require, right, parental notification. That's why we separated those 2 paragraphs. And so to just now say, I lost where it was on the way, but okay, you can only do oral contraceptives, but you have to require parental notification. That just seems silly. Why not just allow everything? Just take out the 3rd paragraph and just let the 4th paragraph out. You can do whatever you want with parental notification in advance. I mean, if we're going to cherry pick what we're doing, because otherwise we're just deciding for families what they're going to let their kids do, and that seems very silly. So why even have that if that's where you're going? Or keep them separate like we agreed on April 5th.
So I'm inclined, given the external access, to strike all the language, keep it simple, and provide training with no other services. And
That will
rely
have to
on.
be a motion from you then.
I'll make that motion.
Could I ask a clarifying question on that? One of the
the first things that Virginia Garcia indicated to us was they were uncomfortable with the fact that there was no language currently. So if you're going to have, if we're going to say we're not going to offer those services, let's be explicit that we will not be offering.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So what will come from this will be another direction for an accurate rewrite that would go. Okay, last, sounded like there was a proposal that would have phrasing like with explicit parental permission. And I don't know if that is required to be in person. Not provide services other than those explicitly approved by the parent. Because I thought that that was parental consent, which is the fundamental problem. Is it not? I mean, that's, you're saying consent, and I feel,
I don't know if it's consent or notified, I don't know what it is. I'm concerned that when we come with some compromise next month, you'll have the same number of people but on a different side. And so how many times do we bounce back and forth?
So can we put a motion on with this discussion?
I haven't made a motion. I didn't make the motion.
So then let me take a crack at it just to get it started moving along. So
please.
I apologize for it not being on tape, but I swear I can say it. Okay. Oh, okay, good, excellent. Okay, so there is some evidence, that's good. All right, so I'm going to make a motion that we basically, and I'm not going to wordsmith the exact words here, but the intent is to maintain the status quo, which is that we provide education and training and whatnot, but we don't actually distribute anything in this clinic with the exception of a parent's direction. That can be in person, that's preferable, but I think a phone call or an email is probably sufficient as well. However you guys want to wordsmith that. But
Did you mean prescribe, not distribute?
to be honest, in my mind, there's very little difference, between prescribing and distributing if the parent says it, because again, they can walk down the street to Walgreens and get anything they want. I honestly don't care if the parent decides that they're on board with it. If no parent, I'm not okay with it. So that's my proposal.
Is that a motion?
Yeah, that's my motion.
Okay, I'll second that.
Do you say parent or guardian?
Oh, but yeah, okay, that parent or guardian, I would say that. I would stipulate that, whoever the legal person is.
I heard a motion by Glenn, seconded by Eric, to allow the status quo of continued training, complete training, and providing no other services except when explicitly permitted by parent or guardian. Did I get that correct?
Yes.
What is permitted? You said it didn't have to be in person?
Yeah, I mean.
You said on the phone?
I think a telephone conversation is sufficient. You have to trust the doctor is going to be able to figure out whether it's a parent or a boyfriend.
I'm going to get that specific.
Well, that's kind of what I agree. The only other thing I would say is that if the person is 18 years of age and they're a senior, they still, at that point, okay, they can, although I didn't explicitly put that in my language, but I think, age of majority is kind of understood here.
And dispensing?
For an adult, or at the direction of a parent,
So they can dispense there at the clinic?
if they so choose, under those circumstances, with very limited circumstances.
Motion's been made, seconded. Any further questions? I do have one comment as well. I think this is the same path that we went down that will reveal itself to be delivery of content that is outside the scope of our health center, as I see it, and I don't believe that I would support that.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I would not support that motion. And are there any other comments? We will vote. Any other comments? Motion is on the table.
And the motion is just for draft language.
Correct.
Certainly, this is all draft language for a final, to allow no services to be, training to be delivered, but no services without parental permission. And everything else was left open again.
So can I ask a clarifying question then, Wayne?
Yes.
All right. So then, would you be supportive of the motion if an amendment to this motion was made to strike the distribution?
Strike all distribution?
Yes. Or something along those lines.
So,
Yeah.
allow prescriptions, but no delivery of service. I have issue with services, I have an issue with condoms, I have an issue with the performing of other services. You're okay with, and maybe I should be okay with parental permission. I just don't know what that turns into. I have a feeling that that is consent, and I have a feeling that it will turn into something that's not allowed, that we're not allowed to. Oregon law, agent consent, consent is not required. We had this discussion, right?
Yep.
Parental requirement is, we're going to say this, and we're going to come back next month, and Oregon law is going to prevent parental notification outside of our control.
Well, not notification.
Sorry, parental permission.
Okay, so I guess I restate.
So I don't know how to get around permission. It would be nice. I fully appreciate Kim's desire to not have ridiculous things happen, and yet it's a health center that is not required to provide full services, and there are others in the community, other services in the community available directly toward this community that are here and growing, so that I don't feel obliged in a way that limits access. I don't believe that limits access. So I'm struggling on the because I think consent we can vote on the language, and consent is going to fail to pass the Oregon state law.
Okay, so then would you be supportive of just providing the prescription with the notification?
Prescription of oral contraceptives as the only service provided with notification.
To your original.
That was my original.
Best efforts, but you didn't have a notification.
I wouldn't throw in best efforts. It's the notification will be best efforts.
You would.
I'm confused.
I am.
We're back to the original thing. I said it. Everyone's staring at me. Okay.
Sorry.
Because you're not giving clear answers.
I have given clear answers since the very beginning.
And we know this is very conflicting. It's conflicting for, there's
So why is it not
compromises on.
conflicting for me?
And I appreciate it.
Not
I appreciate it.
It's not only just working for you.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
This is just like, that's a really big table.
All right, so can I move for an amendment to Glenn's
Move for an
motion?
amendment. Go for it.
All right, so move for an amendment to Glenn's motion. Since we're worried that the notification might be illegal, or sorry, the permission might be illegal, to replace that with parental notification.
His motion, well, okay.
Yes.
The motion's been made to modify is there a second?
Second.
Motion's made and seconded to modify the original proposal to
Best efforts.
No, not best effort. Required notification.
Required notification regarding prescription for an oral contraceptive.
Correct. It's only prescriptions.
So does that turn into the original?
We're landing on your words, though.
That's the understanding. Okay. Motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Can we do like a show of hands on that one?
Can I seek clarification? I'm sorry, I know this late, and we've heard a lot of things here. I realize that. So you're saying that you will only allow birth control pills. You're still allowing what they do currently with their services, right? Health screenings and whatnot. But you're going to allow birth control pills only once parents have been notified.
Be prescribed it, not, right?
So what we're voting on is the amendment that.
To make that.
That makes it just, it's only if we adopt the language that we've gone from required consent to notified. So we haven't adopted the language yet. We're still in the amendment to the original proposal.
Can I ask you, Wayne, what is the part that you are, when you're talking about notification, because that seems to be a lot of sticking point for parents in the audience as well, is, and I know I heard a lot about oral contraceptives and the concern with oral contraceptives. So I'm asking, what is your concern if the parents are notified? Why are they not allowed to do the rest? Why is that a judgment based on a school board's decision if the parent is there and you're okaying notification?
You're asking my concern?
I'm asking
My
if a parent...
concern that asking for notification feels empty to me. It's the best, if anything is to be done, notification is a minimum requirement if that's the only thing that's legally allowed. So I certainly endorse notification. I would endorse requirement if that were possible. I don't think that that's legal based on all the information that we've all received.
So our lawyers said we have required notification.
Well, our lawyers
required but not permission.
Well,
right. I said notification. He said we can notify. Required notification, which is the statement. Required notification for the prescription of oral contraceptives and no other services.
No other service.
No condoms.
Even though the parent says.
We go down a slippery slope and you ask me what I'm coming to.
That's a motion on the table.
The motion on the table, the modified motion is that, and I should call for the vote. I am. As all those in favor of the modification of the motion, please indicate by raising your hand for Val. That is Eric, Kim, myself, Glenn, Lisa, and Monty. Notice I got everybody's names at 11:30 at night. Those opposed? Motion carries. Amendment carries. Amendment carries. Okay. We are to the amendment. The amendment, if I can state it, will be to have the district propose language that indicates our continued intent to have the health services training, screenings, health training and all that, as they have already been doing. In addition, the only explicit modification in the family planning domain being the allowance to prescribe oral contraceptives upon notification of the parent or guardian. That is the motion on the table. Agreed that that's what the motion is?
Yes.
Do we instruct administration to define notification?
We can't. And as far as actually, I've had this question on a memorandum of understanding, or how is it that any further clarifications get conveyed to Virginia Garcia? I mean, they ask for clarification. They ask for, from a kid's perspective, what do we tell parents? So
we will have it in our policy, and we will also approve language in. I will go back and draft language like I did for what's currently in front of you for the renewal that we're going to be doing in June.
Okay. But that clarification would exist purely in the contract and in the policy.
That's why we define notification in the contract.
So you can define notification of that?
We'll take a shot.
Okay. take a shot. I would ask that you confer with them, indicating what are the methods, so that it's clear what you would consider in the notification. It's not carrying that home in a backpack.
And I think my comments are that I think that we heard from parents even tonight, and I don't think the discussion here that led, the decision made here has led to anything appeasing for them, because their concern was ultimately the thing that you did agree to. And my concern is that is removing the, is making sure that we're serving the entire community. And I think it puts us in a very slippery slope when we start determining what a medical clinic can and cannot do in a general medical service arena. And I'm very concerned with how that can play out.
My only comment to that is, I haven't been happy with the explicitness of the way our lawyers responded. But on the third ask, he did say we can control behavior. I think that's probably pretty much a direct quote, through the contract. So the way I read that is we can go beyond the law to decide what does and does not happen at that point. That's the way I took it. Now, I could very well be wrong about that. I'm still saying that I think that it's an unenforceable provision, but he's a lawyer and I'm not. He went to school for that. I went to business school. Okay. So if he's right, we can require it. If he's right, we can stop them from giving services. So do we trust our lawyer? And this is weird because I'm the one who just said don't trust the lawyer, and you say do, and now we're kind of reversing it. But that's my point.
We have received it, and we have in contract with Virginia Garcia their willingness to follow the contract that they are engaged in. They've come with a request to modify the contract and make it explicit. They've indicated nothing against us developing the language that they can live by. So to be mutual assent. Any further statements or questions? I would make a statement that I think this is dramatically different than what was there before. I believe that the scope and span of services under the previous language included everything with only minimal cross-checking. I believe in the space of educational integrity, following our principles and training, and comparing that to legitimate needs of people who may not have full access to acquire it because they don't have the same family environment that would allow the support that many of us in this room enjoy. I believe it's a reasonable compromise that allows at least equal opportunity for students to have an ability to control their life that is not complete, and in fact is mostly still puts them at risk. But that is the trade-off that I feel step toward this discussion. It is not everything. It's not most of it, but it's more than before. And the service that we provide as an educational institution is education, and the services are widely available and becoming even more so in our community for those whose responsibility is to deliver those services. So that's why I believe it's a reasonable trade-off to give address parental concerns and while still recognizing family situations that are not shared by most of us in this room. With that, I'm surprised Eric hasn't called for the vote, for which I was prepared with a little paper down here. But I will now ask for those in favor of this motion, developing modified language as described, to indicate it by the raise of the hand. All
those in favor, please indicate. No, those are 6. Those opposed? Thank you. Motion carries. That is not a wrap, sadly. But I suspect that most other people, most of these other topics will not tend to take much time. We do next agenda on the item on the agenda. It's really only a few more minutes. It says 30, but it's, I guarantee it's only going to come. HCU, HEA. You are up. You are welcome to. Maureen has survived. They're here.
That's quick. So, as people run off, I just wanted to, since you kind of asked at the work session, I would remind the board that classified is receiving in the same months as the non-union staff. They're receiving a 2.5 and a 2% cost of living increase, but they are, on the other side, receiving more, or $25 more insurance contribution. So from that standpoint, there is some weird, I don't know if those are equivalent or what is quoted fair. I mean, it's hard to describe fairness, especially when it comes to percentage COLAs when bus drivers make, $25,000 a year and a supervisor or principal makes a heck of a lot more than that. So when you look at the raw dollars, it's all over the map, but this is a huge conversation that would go into to determine what actually is fair. I don't think it's appropriate for me to have that conversation with you right now because wow, that's a lot going into it. But what I actually wanted to talk to you today about was about time, because minutes actually matter. When we start looking at what happens for our educational assistants, our media assistants, all the office staff, working bell to bell is a problem. And we don't have supervisors who have been able to come up with, creative solutions on how to address that. There are ways of scheduling things around to where people can have those 5 minutes just to check in with people. Starting later, leaving later, like spreading out the scheduling a little bit. And part of that, the problem is that it starts, the special events that happen in the evening, we require, or we depend a lot more on activity contract that comes out of building funds, which takes away from resources from students, because that's a lot of how additional unintended purchases get taken care of. The one thing I would focus on is the media assistants in the elementary schools. Because of the way that media assistants are scheduled, they have there's like maybe 5 minutes between the time when one class leaves and another class shows up. If you go to almost any elementary school that uses this schedule and you're in there when there's a transition, you can have upwards of 60 students in a library with no time to reset, no time to figure out what's going on, no time to talk to the teacher, the exiting teacher about behavior problems that happen in the library, and no time to have everything ready for the next students to come in. I understand that every minute that a student has for education is important and is precious, and trying to give media assistants additional time to reset and prepare for those students would decrease the number of opportunities for specials times, but having 10 minutes, 7 minutes, any extra few minutes can make a huge difference in our media assistants and in our other specialists to make sure that they can be prepared for the next class that shows up. So, thank you.
And I'm here to back that up and just say that also means that we lose an opportunity for positive interactions between another adult and our students when that's tightly scheduled. Sometime between student groups would allow reinforcement of consistent expectations between the adults dealing with those kids and the kids, and also allow for celebrations of their learnings as individuals and as a community. When we have a large ratio of students, we would hope to encourage as many opportunities as possible to reinforce support for our students. Sometimes that conversation comes up in the high schools when they talk about having mentors. I think it's similar in the elementary school, that if we could just give the media specialists that time to work with the classroom teachers to develop those relationships, that it could help a lot of our kids who feel lost. Thanks.
Superintendent, comment, or directors? Monty?
Yes.
Don't forget to sign up for the team up. I'm a lot more excited than I sound. For students 5K in May. And then I just will make a quick comment about our vote tonight and say that I did vote for our draft language against my best judgment, because sometimes when you are in a position where you sit at a table like this, you have to do things that you don't agree with in order to find common ground and achieve a greater good in the end. So that's what I did, and I do not like what we came up with, and I did not vote for it because I am the city's cheerleader. So I just want to make sure that is recorded for posterity. That's all.
I'm going to pass, thank you.
Kirk?
I'll pass.
I just have one thing. I had a teenager say to me this morning, a teenager who's from Bunko, so he had some awareness of the events that were going to transpire this evening. And he asked me to please not forget the voice of the students who did not have the ability or the privilege to be a part of our conversation today. And it is weighing very heavy on my heart on both controversial items we have this evening. Pass.
And for my last statement, I just actually wanted to shout out to Devin. It really resonated. It reminded me of one of our NSBA conference talks. Minutes Matter was the topic, and one of the inspiring stories from the conference was demonstration of just how effective teachers could be when they're able to utilize the boundary minutes, ramping up a class and ramping down. Those minutes that add up, and there are wonderful techniques to allow minutes to make a big difference. So I thought really resonated. The minutes matter, and it's just a great concept. It was a learning from the NSBA conference as well, and appreciate the time. Thank you everyone for staying, for working diligently, and we will call this meeting adjourned.